Jay, that's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
And the crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
Dave Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game. No! And there's a flag. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh, shit.
America is football. Football is
America is
America.
football, football is America. If you don't like it, you can kiss your candy ass on the moment in time. I don't give a damn. Oh my god.
No!
You loved it.
30 to 27. Chiefs win. Chiefs win 30 to 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 8 of the 2025 season. We are going to be covering everything until we get to the Broncos Cowboys, which I believe is the game of the week. But of course, we didn't get it. Why? Great question. We were blessed with Titans Colts instead. So, it looks like the entire country on the coverage map is going to be getting the Broncos and Cowboys in that 4 p.m. slot. So if you don't live in Tennessee or Indiana, you're going to get Broncos Cowboys. But for us, we get the Titans. So we'll just try to make the best with that. But for the 1 o'clock games, we're going to be bouncing around a little bit. So right now, we are pretty much starting the second quarter in a lot of these games. Lamar Jackson is fucking locked on my lineup. Motherfucker. And I knew he wasn't playing. I talked about it yesterday. Fuck! And Garrett Wilson's out. My entire lineup is fucked. My only hope, I don't even know. My only hope is that Jonathan Taylor and Christian McCaffrey and Darnell Mooney has a huge game now. Can he exploit me? He's got Devon Achane. He's got a touchdown already. He's got Jefferson done. He's got Deebo Samuel, Baker Mayfield, Rashad White, Cotton. Why is McMillan on this bench? Daniel Jones was going to be obviously my swap. So stupid that you can't swap a player that's locked, that's not playing at all. Oh, what's up, chat? We got Lil E in the chat. We got KC. I'm here early for once. That I feel like I hear that a couple times a year. So give yourself some more credit. We got Lil E again. We got E-Dub in the chat. Why, hello, boys. And Jinja in the chat. What's up, my brothers? God is good, of course, and all the time. God is good. And we got Lily. I made my Jets W prediction with the hope that Garrett Wilson was playing. Yes, sir, KC. None. NM. Sack lunch. None. I'm so screwed. Scataboo! Touchdown number 1. I had Scadaboo having 2 touchdowns today, along with Christian McCaffrey and Jonathan Taylor. All right. Will Giants go 2-0? Well, I think it's very likely. I think it's very, very likely. Because the Eagles are just not playing as good of football as what the Giants have shown us now for multiple weeks. But at the end of the day, people are picking the Eagles just because the history. There's this little voice in their head saying, there's no way that what I'm seeing is real. You know what I mean? And I think once in a while, you have to shut that voice up. You have to tell that little voice that's telling you, I know, but there is no buts. The Eagles are not looking as good as the Giants since they started Jackson Dart. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And you tell that little voice that says, but the Eagles, because all that is it's historical trends making you. It's like the same thing as a what do you call it? Everyone that drives a minivan, drives terrible. Stereotype. It's the same thing as a stereotype. It's like it's like you're assuming that the Eagles are going to win. And look, this isn't just like this is the public. The Eagles were the favorite to win this game. But if you had to show me one area the Eagles have been playing better than the Giants the last 4 weeks, you couldn't find anything. So the fact that the Eagles won a Super Bowl, the fact that they started 4-0, these are all reasons that we're betting on the Eagles to find a way to get the win, even though there's nothing logical about it. And I think sometimes you have to take that little voice and say, you're irrational. You're not real. And just throw it away and go with the Giants. And that's what I did this week. Thoughts on Cleveland being up 7-3? I thought the Patriots could upset or get upset. Thought it was a good upset spot for New England. But ended up going with the Patriots at the end. Cleveland's won a lot of difficult games this year. 3rd and 2, and Tyler Huntley is going to run for it, and he gets it wearing number 5. Joe Flacco's number 5. So the Ravens didn't retire number 5. Good point here. Jen just said, yo, under the video where it shows the amount of people on the stream, it says YouTube featured. Tube knows what to feature to me. YouTube featured. What does that mean? I'm not sure what YouTube featured. YouTube knows what to feature to me. You mean like recommended? Big run, Derrick Henry. Ravens are about to score. And KC said, well, Philly won a Super Bowl last year, right, Kyle? You said it, yeah. And I think that is a lot of that walk-in touchdown, Derrick Henry. I think that's just a lot of that faith is like, yeah, they're gonna find a way to right this ship. And I don't know if it's gonna be this week, but I just can't see the Giants beating them twice, right? It's like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And in the case of Giants Eagles, we know that it's going to be competitive, and it's very hard to beat an opponent twice in a row. Even if you're the better opponent, it's harder than especially as a divisional opponent. You know them so well. I mean, how many times do we see Cleveland beat the Ravens on a year where Cleveland's, one of their only wins was against the Ravens, and the Ravens were like 14-3. It's very hard to sweep a divisional opponent. But at the same time, Jackson Dart is just so new and fresh to football, right? He's this new guy that's like, I'm not really interested in all these rules, right? The rules about divisional rivalries, the rules about, this, that. I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to ball out and ignore all of that. And I think there's almost like an innocence to the way Jackson Dart and Scatabo are playing football that actually benefits them because they are, not a victim of these historical trends that, you see other teams like that have been in the league a long way. They know us, we know them. These kids are just out there trying to play a good football game. And I don't really think they're all too concerned with, what people think, or it's almost like they're on their own wavelength. They're on their own frequency right now. And I think that's what made it a tough bet, a tough prediction. I just said bet. I didn't really bet, but picking the winner, I think that's what made this one tough. Is that it's like, do you go with the young, fun Jackson Dart, who's doing amazing things, or do you go with kind of the more stable, responsible, if you will, decision with the Philadelphia Eagles? Uh-oh. Jets in territory. Man, I am so bummed out right now about my lineup. Man. I would have been able to, I don't know, probably get 40 more points. Right now, it has me losing by 56, like 60 points. So I'm not sure it would have mattered this week, but that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Look, I've been dealing with this crap for weeks now. Lamar Jackson out with an injury. Garrett Wilson out with an injury. Can you believe somebody dropped Garrett Wilson from my fantasy league? Because I can't. I can't believe that. That was definitely a great hot take, brother Kyle. Thank you, Louie. Our staff member Hunter is a Pats fan, and I told him it depends upon which Browns team shows up. Very true. Very true. Ref's about to rob the Giants with an early whistle on a tush-push fumble by Hurts. Ooh. So they run the tush push, fumble it, and Giants recover. Let me see this. I just jumped to the game. No, Dable's going to challenge this. The only thing he can challenge is that the ball came out upon immediate contact by the defense. I mean, I don't know why. What makes it any different than any other down? Because they blew the whistle. They blew the whistle pretty quick, and I think they worded it that way to say, in order for the Giants to win and this call get reversed, Giants football, it needs to be immediately because the whistle, I didn't see the play, but based on the way they're wording it, I would assume the whistle blew pretty quick. And we all know that the play is dead no matter what happens after the whistle blows. So I think, just going off that one sentence I heard, immediate impact, that fumble had to be immediately, before the whistle blew, the ball needs to be coming loose. So I think that's what they're challenging. Now, if it's not a fumble, what is it then? I need to just see this play. Yeah. This is pretty hostile. Jalen Hurts reaches forward with the ball. Jalen Hurts loses the ball. Giants recover. Eagles get to keep the ball. And I can show you the play really quick. Here's the play. Of course, Giants got to keep, or I'm sorry, the Eagles got to keep them. All right. 2nd and goal. Little motion. Hurts looking to throw. Barkley. Touchdown. Touchdown. Now, that is Barkley's second. Tom Brady's on the call here. Lily, I think Week 12 Colts upset the Chiefs. Ooh, I don't even think it would be an upset, brother. I think the Colts are the better team. Some crazy-ass officiating. But look, even as an Eagles fan, if I was Dable, I would probably be upset as well. Oh, yeah. Brother Kyle, can you say, uh-oh? Is Bryce Young injured? Yes. Bryce Young's injured. Andy Dalton is starting for him. Guess Dable's challenge was a big nothing burger. Bow wow. I see steam coming out of Dable's ears. Man, that's just tough. That's just tough. I mean, those are the kind of plays that you need to get a season sweep over a division rival. And your defense appears to have made it. And it seems like more than not, when things like this happen, it's like when it rains, it pours, right? The Eagles end up scoring right away. Very rarely does something like that happen, and then the Giants get an interception on the next play. It's usually the other way around, where like a call doesn't get called, coach is freaking out, challenge it. It ends up going with the Eagles, and then they score a touchdown. I know when we played the Eagles, there was an obvious false start on, I think it was Landon Dickerson. And A.J. Brown ended up scoring a touchdown on that play. And I said to myself, well, I'm glad they scored on this play because now it's going to be in the highlights on YouTube. If they didn't score on this play, it would have just gotten lost in the sauce somewhere. But let me see if I can find it. Broncos, Eagles. I think that's it. That was the Saquon Barkley touchdown. I think it was this one right here. Huh. Not there. I think it was right before the end of the segment. All right. Can't find it right now. Jalen Waddle. Waddling his way down to Falcons territory. Man, is there a team under more scrutiny this year than the Miami Dolphins? Honestly. Here's Tua on the 18-yard line. Snap to Devon Achane. And Devon Achane goes nowhere. Nowhere at all. Goodbye. James Cook to the house. One of these days, these players are going to do a front flip into the end zone and F up their back. I need Harold Fannin to have another touchdown. Devon Achane with one touchdown so far. Derrick Henry, one touchdown. Houston Texans beating the 49ers 13-0 right now. The Bills winning 12-3. And we're going to give you the scores. Here we go. That should be good. All right. How is actually? I don't need to ask. I can just listen real quick. See how it's sounding. Okay, so the audio is ass right now. Right? How is the audio sounding right now? We got a touchdown, 2nd and 7, 49-yard line. Peter Piker picked a peck of pickled peppers. There we go. That should handle any audio issues from this point on. There we go. That should handle any audio issues from this point on. I had my TV a little too loud. No problema. We got that fixed. Making some minor tweaks here on the only football version of Red Zone. Thank you guys for tuning in. Josh Allen, 5 for 10 so far, but they've been able to run the ball. Shakir has 3 receptions for 25 yards. And James Cook, 146 rushing yards already on 11 attempts. Remember, the Bills lost 2 in a row, and then they went into their bye week on that losing streak. And, you know, one of the best things Buffalo does, maybe better than anybody, is in-season adjustments. I mean, how many times has Buffalo looked like a certain team week 8, and then by the end of the season, you know, whether it's firing, I think it was it Ken Dorsey? No. I think they have Ken Dorsey now. Bills fire OC. Yeah, Ken Dorsey, and then Joe Brady replaced him. Whatever it is, like the Bills are just one of those great in-season adjustment teams, and here's them coming out of a bye week after losing 2 in a row and saying, "Hey, we're a running football team. Like, let's get back to our identity." Like last year, I think they won, 7 in a row before they lost in the playoffs. Josh Allen averaged like 176 passing yards in those victories. So it has looked different. And during that losing streak, I think they got away from, the identity of this team. Running the football heavily to start today, though. All right. There, we got a ticker going for you. Oh. Oh, Scatterbo's done for the year. Oh my God. Oh. Wow. Oh. Wow. Russell Wilson is like, oh, jeez. And Ginger, why is Cousins out already? Penix didn't play today. Wasn't cleared to play. So, God, that injury. Oh, that was, man, that is just gnarly. Ooh. Oh, foot got rolled up on a tackle and is visibly broken. Looked like Alex Smith's injury. Yeah, it did not look good. And I just, oh, I don't see those type of injuries. They give me the gnarliest. I know I told you guys about my injury in the military with that explosion, but I don't think I told you guys really the extent of it. But I'll tell you briefly. After the explosion, which my leg was directly hit, I tried to take a step to get away because it started a chain reaction because there's like 20 lithium batteries inside this thing. So, I had the initial and it went out, and I was standing where it shot out. So it hit my leg. My leg like came up and hit me. And then once it started the chain reaction, I'm like, I got to get out of here. So I take a step and I fall because my leg, was no good. So I roll over onto my back to see what the damage is. And I lift my leg like this, and this here is just hanging straight down at a 90-degree angle. And I see I'm only holding my knee. My leg was completely detached. The only thing was holding, my leg from being completely off was my skin. So whenever I see these injuries, like, oh, it just sends a shiver. Because I know exactly, like, what that, I mean, that one was an ankle, not so much a leg. And I guess what makes mine unique was the, the explosion, the amount of power that was behind it. But, some of these injuries are very reminiscent of military type injuries. And actually, when Alex Smith, you guys mentioned similar to Alex Smith, when he was injured, they actually sent him to California to do his rehab with like Navy SEALs and other veterans, because his injury was combat. It looked combat-like in nature. So they sent him to a military facility to do, all of his rehab and stuff like that. So sometimes these, these football injuries are like they're a tier past, just a sports injury, where they get pretty gruesome and gnarly, and they can be difficult to look at. The Scatabo one definitely meets that criteria. Crafty said, I wonder if it's going to be an Achilles injury. Achilles? No, that's going to be a broken ankle. That's definitely, it's probably, like, I know with mine it was like a broken tibia, a broken fibia, but with that, what do you call it? A fascia, ripped fascia. So like, all the muscles, ripped along with all the bones. It was like if you took a laser and just cut through everything that's there. That's probably what I wouldn't be surprised if he has a couple ligament issues, but there's definitely like broken bones. That's a bone thing for sure. Appreciate that, Ginger. Crafty said, forget season ending. Can Scatabo even still have a career? Oof, we shall see. Yep. Too early to tell. Too early to tell. Oh, man. That is gnarly. That's a gnarly injury, though. The 49ers still being shut out against the Houston Texans. The Giants down 7. Their biggest loss is it's going to be Cam Scatabo. Baltimore Ravens are winning 6-10, and I said earlier, it feels like their season is on the line today. All right. Well, over to the Giants game. Here comes their offense for the first time without Cam Scatabo. Down by 7. Jackson Dart coming on the field. How they're gonna have to push forward, and I'm sure that's what Scatabo said to them is like, hey, you want to do something for me? Win this game. Win this game. Your mic just made the opening of that beverage sound divine. I gotta go back and see. I have to see. Here it is. Let's see what this sounds like. That did sound nice. Here it is one more time for you guys. Look, watch this. Ready? Okay, now we're going to listen to the sound of me showing you the listen. Okay, so now it's going to be me showing you. All right, here's me showing you the listen. Look, watch this. Ready? Okay, now we're going to. Okay, a little weaker, but now we're going to listen to the sound of me showing you listening to the sound of me listening. Okay, here we go. Okay. We officially lost it. We officially lost the sound. It only took 2 times. Giants were already getting royally screwed by the refs. They stole a clear fumble recovery from them and retroactively deciding forward progress had stopped. Then invented a block in back on Giants. And they're going to have to overcome. I'm having a damn good feeling that the Bears beat the Ravens. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here's a handoff. And Tyrone Tracy's going to have to run hard today with Scatabo being gone. Man. I need Christian McCaffrey and Darnell Mooney to do something crazy. Who should I drop? Let's see. Sweet. Just put in a waiver addition for Tyrone Tracy. He's going to be the starting running back from now on. Anyone build any birdhouses with their emotions this week? Ooh, Jackson Dart. Oh, by the way, I'm crying. Jets tried and failed a 4th and 1 conversion on their own 35, then settled for a field goal while at 4th and 1 on the Bengals 30. Welcome to the Glenlight Zone. Love it. Love it. The Glenlight Zone is the opposite of 8 Mile, right? There will be no freestyling allowed, right? There's no rap battles in the Glenlight Zone. Why? Because there's no rhyme or reason. And if there's no rhyme, there's no battles. So that's going to be the new thing. Glenn, Jets head coach, Aaron Glenn, hates rap music because it has rhyme and reason. And timeout Giants. Man, that injury was just so freaking brutal. Kyle Pitts, Tyrell Shavers, Jake Tungus, Luther Burden, Harold Fannin. These are some of the guys that are going to need to step up today. Here we go, 3rd and 6. Eagles all the way down to the 29-yard line. Can they pick it up? Taking a shot. Oh, drop. How is that not a penalty? That's a defenseless wide receiver. That's ridiculous. Look at this. How is that not a defenseless wide receiver? A perfect throw by Jackson Dart. Truly perfect throw. Now is back. Graham Gano and Giants fans are happy about that. 10-14 now. TD Bengals. That looks like Chase Brown. So the Bengals take a 24-10 lead. And Joe Flacco's got 2 passing touchdowns, 178 yards, 21.22 fantasy points already. And here's Mr. Josh Allen on a tush-pushy and Josh Allen is in there. Josh Allen is in there. You guys know the Panthers are 4-3, right? Just a reminder. Field goal. So now it is 16-0 for the Texans over the 49ers. Wow. Let's see. Who is going to win the Bears-Ravens game? I got Atlanta coming back against the Dolphins. The Patriots beating the Browns. They're up 9-0. to 7 at the end of the first half. The New York Giants potentially getting the win. And then we're doing with the Eagles getting the win. Bengals holding on. Ravens. Let me see. I got one with the Bears, so let me go Ravens. Let me go Ravens, and then Bills to win by more than 17.5. There we go. So we got Bills minus 17.5. Right now they're up 16. Baltimore Ravens to win the game outright. Bengals to win the game outright. Eagles to win the game outright. Patriots outright. Atlanta Falcons come back and win the game. Can the Atlanta Falcons make a comeback against this Dolphins team who are appearing to play their best game all year? Right now. Low key, you may have been onto something, Brother K. Pats are struggling to get any momentum. Yeah, man, that's it. It's just that defense is the real deal for the Browns. That's why they beat the Packers. Bears missed a field goal that would have put them down by only 1. I've watched every Giants game this season on local TV. Refs have effed them beyond belief in multiple games this season, including this one. I will say they helped them during the Broncos game last week by giving them that pass interference on the 1-yard line. What was that? That's intentional grounding. Gosh. Caleb Williams just... He said he's a good quarterback. Bears will win. Rico Dowdle running the ball like an absolute monster. Honestly, Lily or Crafty, I was really excited to see Kirk Cousins. I know I wasn't the only one. Wow. Look at that. George Kittle. Bro, I knew it was National Tight Ends Day. Dude, that's so weird. October 26th is today. Okay. I swear on everything. I was putting this bet in last night for 3 different tight ends to have 2 touchdowns. And I was thinking to myself, it feels like it's like that time of year, you know, and I was thinking, is it National Tight Ends Day? And it was like a thought where I was just like, I feel like we're around that time of the year. But it wasn't something I looked up or anything. And I just found out today's National Tight Ends Day. It's crazy how much information subconsciously is just in the back of our heads that we're not even aware of. Eagles are about to score. Saquon Barkley, 21 fantasy points. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep because I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. I don't want to miss one smile. I don't want to miss one kiss. I just want to hold you close. I feel your heart so close to mine. Barkley works his way down to about the 10. Oh, trying to throw a ball up. Let's go to the Panthers. Taking a shot to the end zone. Incomplete. Got to catch that. Back to the Eagles game. Trying to get a touchdown. Oh, it's going to be they're going to call it on the Eagles. On the Eagles? They're calling it on the Giants. Wow. Okay, so I thought it was going to be on the Eagles. 25-yard attempt is good. 13-24 at the end of the first half. Second and goal, 20 seconds, quick throw, and they're going to have to use their final timeout with 16 seconds left. And Panthers trying to get a score on the board. Likely a 2-point conversion would follow to try to get it to an 8-point game, an 11-19 ball game. Aaron Rodgers can become the 5th starting quarterback with a win against 32 different teams in NFL history. Only 5 players have ever won against every single NFL team. Here we go. Hurts, quick throw. Goddard, touchdown. Touchdown, Goddard. Touchdown, Goddard. Wow. Let's go Cade Otton, Jawan Johnson, Taysom Hill. We're going to go tight end scoring in every game. Tyler Warren for the Colts. We're not betting on the Titans for anything ever. Oh, they're going to have to rush the field goal unit. They can't do it. They snapped it. Wait a minute. Is it good? Dude, move your fat butt. Look at this. Andy Dalton is like, he can't run off the field. Oh my gosh. Andy Dalton. He's got to get off the field so his team can attempt the field goal. Uh-oh. Pick 6 for the 49ers. Oh my gosh. No, it wasn't a pick 6, just a regular interception. So 7 points on the board. Tyler Huntley going deep. Rashad Bateman in the frickin' Ravens have come out in the second half firing. 2nd and 3 now. Here's a handoff to Big D Henry. Bared down defense this season. 16 takeaways, most in the NFL. 6.2 yards per play, worst in NFL. On pace to be second team in Super Bowl era with both in the same season. So they're giving up the most yards per play, yet they're leading the NFL in takeaways. Wow. So they're unpredictable. That's what that means. And they're not good. Takeaways. Yeah, there's some skill involved. There's also some luck involved. Takeaways have a lot to do with the way the ball bounces, which we all know. It's very lucky. Now, does your defense need to be opportunistic and, take advantage of these opportunities? Sure. It's not all luck. But when you're giving up the most yards per play in the NFL, you're not helping your case. Here's Huntley rolling, firing, caught. Flacco has 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown today. By the way, there's a guy wearing number 5 in Baltimore. They didn't even retire his jersey. What the hell's wrong with these guys? How many Super Bowls did Lamar Jackson win, your ass? I'm pretty sure Joe Flacco has more playoff wins in the 2012 postseason than Lamar Jackson has in his entire career. Let me ask you this. If Lamar Jackson retired today, would his jersey get retired? Because if it would, Joe Flacco's needs to be retired ASAP. You got Tyler Huntley out there wearing it. It's not even like a sacred thing where it's like, if Lamar wants to wear it, okay. Yeah, Joe Flacco talked to Lamar. They worked it out. There's something really weird about the backup quarterback wearing the jersey of the guy that brought you your last Super Bowl and had one of the greatest postseason runs of NFL history. And it's not like it was he was just good that year. Like, Joe Flacco was good for many years with the Ravens. It's not like, he caught lightning in a bottle that year, I don't think you should retire jerseys because a quarterback had a fluky season. Let's go ahead and just retire his jersey. No, I think it should be a very sacred act that you don't take lightly, but definitely something I feel Joe Flacco has earned that reverence from this organization. And instead, you got Tyler Huntley running around wearing 5 like it means nothing. Not sure that's quite accurate. Which part? Joe Flacco having one of the greatest postseasons in 2012? Joe Flacco had a historic 2012 postseason run, leading the Baltimore Ravens to a Super Bowl victory and earning himself Super Bowl MVP honors. His performance was highlighted by 11 touchdowns and 0 interceptions in 4 games. 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 4 games. A single season postseason record for touchdown passes without an interception, which tied a record previously held by this guy. You guys might not know him, Joe Montana. Flacco's run included a crucial 70-yard game-time touchdown in the AFC divisional round, became known as the Mile High Miracle. No one cares. Flacco threw for 287 yards, 3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. Record-breaking stats in 4 postseason games. He had 11 touchdowns, 0 picks, 117.2 passer rating. This performance tied Joe Montana's single postseason record for touchdowns without an interception. And then the Mile High Miracle is the key moment, the defining play of his run. Flacco's playoff success is a significant part of his legacy, transforming the Ravens from a defensive-oriented team into a Super Bowl champion with strong performances under center. Now, I will be the first one to throw shade at Joe Flacco and the Ravens for what they did to my Broncos. So just know, if I'm ever tipping my hat and it's on this podcast, I don't do it lightly. I can't stand the Ravens, and I can't stand. I try to be, the human side of Joe Flacco, with his kids and all that. But, I just felt like he didn't take his time in Denver seriously. He also that Hail Mary bullshit was the reason, we lost, because the Ravens were the Super Bowl champion that year. And for them to beat us because of a Hail Mary, it made me feel like 2012 would have been I think Manning would have gone to 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. And people would have looked at the Peyton Manning era a lot different if that was the case. And Joe Flacco got in the way of that. So, to this day, the 2012 postseason is the first postseason I ever stopped watching after the divisional round. I was so hurt by the divisional round that I didn't care. I didn't watch the conference championships or the Super Bowl that year. Never done that before, but I truly just didn't have any emotional capacity to give a single care because I was a broken person. I was a broken man. So if I'm ever giving them credit, clutch, stop. Bears can go down the field and score a tutty and tie this game up. Flacco was elite until his knees got messed up. Why did I say it like that? Eagles, even in spite of looking shaky early on, are up 21-10 at the half. Flacco having more postseason wins in 2012 than Lamar in his entire career. You're correct, though. Lamar only has 3 playoff wins and no championship wins, so I'll eat my hat. No, you're going to eat hat on fire's hat. Denver was a revolving door for QBs during those years. We got D-Rock in the chat. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Give a round of applause for your boy, D-Rock. Welcome to the chat, D-Rock, where only football gives you our version of Red Zone. All right, 49ers 7-16. Mac Jones really breaking out with those 13 rushing yards. CJ Stroud, 22 for 28, 235 yards, a touchdown. I'm surprised. If I had to say what's my surprise game right now, it's got to be CJ Stroud. I just watched them against the Seahawks. They look inept. They look terrible. They look like maybe a bottom 10 team. And now against this 49ers defense, who has, they've had their injuries, but they've overcome all of that by playing great defense. And now they have really, CJ Stroud is looking incredible against this defense. I think this is the biggest shocker of the week. Also, Myles Garrett, 110.5 sacks. Most sacks before a 30th birthday. Myles Garrett. Is he going to go down as the greatest ever? Is it possible that Myles Garrett will go down as the greatest rusher of all time? Keep in mind, Myles Garrett turns 30 December 29. Here we go. Go ahead and upload that right here. 144, boom. I just can't get enough. Myles Garrett, 110.5 sacks. Passing Reggie White, the great Jared Allen, who, weirdly enough, we were just talking about last week. But it'll burn my mouth. That's the point. Did you guys ever have to put soap in your mouth when you said a bad word or something like that? Bears playing scared. Football is going to cost them if there's one thing we've learned this year as Bronco fans, our 2 losses are from playing scared. You need to be aggressive, put the foot to the gas, and don't stop until you are sure. Like, it's the end of, you want to go Halloween theme? All right, it's Scream. You know that the killer's not dead when you think he's dead. He's going to get back up and make one last attempt. And then Sydney is going to be standing there. Thankfully, Sydney Prescott has been through this enough times where she's going to empty a clip in his ASS, more likely his CHEST, not his ASS, but his chest. And then there will be no doubts about it. That is the type of energy it takes to win in this league. If you want to be the guy that goes, oh, yeah, the killer's dead. Oh, that was a close one. You're going to get knifed in the back from behind. But if you want to be smart like Sydney Prescott, you know that it's not over until you say it's over. And you unleash another bomb touchdown. And that will be that clip where it's, all right, this one's officially out of hand. Now, that's the type of energy it takes to win in this league. In the Bears, no, they are not playing with it, and it will cost them. I love that comment. Brother Kyle, didn't I say that the Seahawks are possibly the best NFC team? I think you did, and I think you're right. Oh, and let's not forget, Myles Garrett still had no sacks on Rodgers. My favorite. They had a 4th and 3 on their side of the field and decided to punt it. Loser! Hard to see Myles Garrett in a Browns uniform. That's so funny. That is so funny. Unless the killer shows up every 23 years and you're screwed. And who would that be? Who would that killer be showing up every 23 years? Oh my gosh, look at that. That's Kenyon Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the chat for the first time today, I present to you the new and improved Woody. Hi, buddy. Just got a haircut. He's looking very proportionate. So cute. So cute. I heard him down there whining. Did you not like your haircut?
You're so mad at me. Only one time.
Did you not like your haircut sometimes? Where's his hat? His little hat. I think it's on the floor in the bedroom. Okay. That's all right. Okay. Uh-oh. Look at Bijan Robinson. He sees the field so well. And now here come the Atlanta Falcons, and man, can Kirk Cousins come back? Oh, the ball's on the ground, and the Dolphins have it. There is a flag. There is a flag. There is a flag, however, ladies and gentlemen, Woody. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Are you colorblind? You don't even know how cool the Broncos are. Oh, I love you, buddy. I love you so much. Woody. Jeepers Creepers. There it is. I was wondering. Oh, look at that. Oh. And it feels like for Jackson Dart, this one's starting to slip away. And is it possible that Jackson Dart has peaks already? Don't forget, we get players like this every now and then. Remember the pasture nut? In D-Rock. Finally, the real star of the show, Poodle Dog. Woody, they said you're the real star, buddy. The Mile High Pup. Who was that passing touchdown to? Khalil Shakur. And the Bills are opening it up. Hot. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi. You want to sit in your chair? Oh, come here. Here you go. Wow. The Patriots are now in the red zone after a big play. I think it was a pick. Now they're on the 6-yard line. Takes the handoff. Drake May rolling, tackled. Myles Garrett said, "Son, I know that you got, the whole Drake May thing going on, but not today." So cute. You're so freaking cute. You're so cute. Look at how cute you are. I just can't. I just can't with this guy. This guy is so cute. Josh Allen, 46 passing games with a passing and a rushing touchdown. Most in NFL history passing. Cam Newton, who I was dressing as in spirit of Cam Newton. Oh, Drake May threads the needle, gets the ball to the 1-yard line. Look at this, Justin Fields. Looks like he's going to take a sack jump pass into the. That is the best Justin Fields play. That play right there just defined Justin Fields' entire season. Look at this. Look at this. Just jump. I'm going to try to get a picture of this. This is. Where's. There he is. I think I got a good pat. I got a good. I think I got a good image of this one. All right, and we're going to go ahead and what the hell? Boom. And then we're going to go done. And then we're going to go media, add file, 156. All right. Now, hopefully you guys can see what I'm showing you here. Look at this. Okay. This is a still shot. Justin Fields, number 7. All right. He's directly in the middle, right next to 76. Right? It goes 74, 76, then number 7. Justin Fields jumps in the air to throw this ball. Now, it looks like this ball may be thrown to this receiver right in the front. No. This ball is going to land nowhere near this receiver. Just a jump, spike the ball. I mean, it bounces like, if you guys look all the way to the left, and go to the second line and draw a dot there, that's where that ball goes. I don't think there was a better play to sum up Justin Fields this season. Myles Garrett, now he has 111.5 sacks after what we saw. Yes, I'm enjoying FanDuel. You don't have to ask me every 5 seconds. National Tight End Day. Jake Ferguson's probably going to score. So is Evan Ingram. Then we got Packers. We got Tucker Kraft for sure. And then who we got? Darnell Washington or Joni Smith? We're going to go Joni Smith. Location. What are you talking about? All right. Atlanta. Touchdown. Drake May pass to Stephon Diggs for a touchdown. And, man, guys, what happened to Kirk Cousins? Panthers fumbled the snap. Andy Dalton able to pick it up. Now, look. What have we learned today so far? Okay. We learned that Michael Penix Jr. and Bryce Young may be a lot better than we thought. Because today, filling in the shoes for those two quarterbacks is Andy Dalton, who is losing 3 to 29 or 26. Who gives a crap, right? It's a blowout. And Kirk Cousins, who also has only put up 3 points in the absence of Michael Penix Jr. against the Dolphins, the worst team in the NFL, especially defensively. So, yeah, maybe Michael Penix Jr. and Bryce Young aren't top 10 quarterbacks, but at least they're not Andy Dalton and Kirk Cousins. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta Falcons. Really want them to get something going here. Bijan Robinson's on your team. Just keep feeding him the ball. Kirk Cousins doesn't need to be good. You have Bijan Robinson. Let him be good. Look at Jalen Hurts going down with a sack lunch. No. Look, the Broncos have beaten both of these teams, the Giants and the Eagles, and the Eagles look like the better team today. Here's Caleb Williams firing the dart. That's going to bring the Bears into field goal range. Meanwhile, the Texans are winning 16-7. They convert on a 3rd and 10. That brings them into 49ers territory, but it didn't come without a Dalton Schultz injury. Unfortunate. They're going to give Barkley the flip here on 2nd and 15. It's going to go for no gain. So here comes a 3rd and 15, and it looks like the Eagles should be able to hold them to a field goal here. Back to Houston. We'll look, see what is the injury. It looks like he fell on his knee. He was able to get off on his own power and run off the field. But 1st and 10 now for the Houston Texans. BRB, we got Tyler in the chat. What's up, brother T? We got T-Raw, T-Dub, T-Square, T-Time. Here's Justin Fields. Gets the corner. 3rd and 2, and he converts it. Oh, gosh. Come on, Vikings. I mean, Vikings. You're thinking Kirk Cousins, but he is a Falcon. Come on, Falcons. I'm kind of bummed about my Cam Scatterbo. And FanDuel really needs to start voiding for injuries. Jalen Waddle touchdown, 24-3. The Falcons are going to lose. And it's not even like a cute loss. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. But if there's any team that can choke, it is the Dolphins. So this is why I love the live bet. If the Falcons can score before the end of the third quarter, it's going to be a 2-possession game with the entire fourth quarter to play at plus 1,400. Is it looking like a comeback is going to happen? No, not really. But when the odds are that good, a dollar will do you well. And then I can add, say, the Bears, right, at plus 420. Get a dollar to win 77. Why not? Bears and Falcons. Every other one of these bets is hitting. I got Buffalo to win by 17, Baltimore Ravens, Bengals, Eagles, Patriots. It's just the Falcons game that's killing me right now. Fuck the fucking Dolphins. They don't want me to be wealthy. Jets in the red zone. The Dolphins, dude. They were that like there was nothing in the world that could have convinced me to pick the Dolphins. Nothing. They haven't played well the entire season. It's not even. You could have sold me on the Jets to beat the Bengals, and I could have felt that. Like I had Cleveland playing a stingy game with the Patriots, but ultimately going with the Patriots, but not without it being a really just a battle. The best way to say it. But the Dolphins, first and goal for the Bears. We got Richard Ramiro in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Ramiro making his way into the chat. Round of applause for Richard. And as we got Richard in the chat, we also have the Jets approaching the 10-yard line, it looks like. Also, the Houston Texans caught, and that is a touchdown for Xavier Hutchinson. And we got Brother T in the chat. Brother T played football with his older brother, Quentin Hutchinson. They played together at Nice. And it just shows you that the little brothers are better than the older brothers. A lot of it has to do with playing a higher level of competition your whole life because you're playing with your brother's friends. Also, just the expectations being higher. But, yeah, I mean, this is just more data of, little brothers being overall just the better overall athlete, better person, better athlete, better hands. I think little brothers around the world would agree with that. Third and goal. Jets looking in the end zone. Incomplete. Nothing even remotely close. First and goal for the Bears. Touchdown Texans. Another red zone stand by the Bengals. And I got to say, I think it says more about the Jets because look at this. Look at this throw. Like, how did Justin Fields not see? There's this is a safety blitz or a corner blitz, one or the other. It's coming from it looks like the nickel spot. He's the whole way unblocked, and Justin Fields doesn't see him. Like, this is a quarterback problem. How can you be a quarterback and not have the vision? It's not like he came from the corner. Dude came from like the 32, 34 gap. Right up the outside of the middle, unblocked, and Justin Fields has no idea that he's there. I don't know if I've seen a quarterback that sees the field worse than Justin Fields. If Justin Fields wasn't wildly athletic, he would be. I mean, he wouldn't be a starting quarterback, but I can't imagine how bad it would look. Crazy catch for New England just now. But imagine, like, he sees the field so poorly that he misses things like that. And how many times can he shake it off and run and, end up making something out of it just because he's athletic? But God, could you imagine if he had the athleticism of like Peyton Manning in his final year and he saw the field this way? He would get crushed. Bears at the 1 yard line, and they're going to run it. I just saw the run that brought him to the 1 yard line. Here's 3rd and 8. Dart caught. Theo Johnson. Here we go. 2nd and goal for Caleb Williams and the Bears, who are down 10 with 13 minutes left in the 4th quarter. And just as a reminder for everyone around the world, we do have the Broncos and Bears coming on next, and that should be a great game. And I know you guys want to know who I got winning that game. I'm not telling you until the game officially kicks off, but I think you guys might be worried about my prediction because the prediction for this game is massive. If Denver wins the game, their playoff odds go up to 92, and with the loss, it drops to around 65%. A big swing. And speaking of big swing, the Ravens are holding the Bears right now. It's 3rd and goal from the 3. Now they're going to run it again, and this time, touchdown, DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift, right? Yes, DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift, and not only that, but James Cook with his 2nd touchdown of the game. And now the Bears are down 3. The freaking Bills are up by 30 points pending this extra point. And now the only thing I need is Atlanta. I need Atlanta to come to life here, man. And where is my DeAndre Swift touchdown? Here it is. Derrick Henry to score 2 touchdowns. DeAndre Swift to score 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts to score 2 touchdowns. $144. I need 1 from Henry, 1 from Swift, and 2 from Jalen Hurts, which usually is impossible, but with the tush push, anything is possible. Rico Dowdle, that's not happening because Cam Scatterbo is done. So yeah, I mean, all I'm really waiting on is the Atlanta Falcons. I need them to come back in this game. Jackson Dart, 3rd and 12. Wow, what a play. Tossing it up over the linebacker. I think that was Zach Bond. Cameron Scatterbo has a dislocated ankle, was taken to the local hospital. Dislocated? Not broken? Does that mean they could put it back in place and he could be back in 6 weeks? I don't think so. Not the way it looked. But also, I'm not quite sure Cam Scatterbo is made of normal flesh and blood. If the Bears hold to a 3-point game till the final minute mark and the Bears have the ball, then the Ravens 30-yard line, and then Bears Williams walk-off tutty to Roma Dunze. I think we got a lot of football left for that, but I love where your head's at. I think we're going to have multiple more scores in this game. I think you're going to have at least a field goal coming up for the Ravens. D for the P. I'm back. Back. Don't worry about a thing. What? Yeah. You can see again. All right. Aaron Glenn's D folding like a defensive coached by Aaron, like a defense coached by Aaron Glenn. Yep. I don't know why the Giants or the Jets continue to try the defensive coach experiment in 2025. 30-yard touchdown run for P. Ryan. Jeez. Taking a shot downfield. Caught. And that's Jawan. Is that Jawan Jennings? Yeah, it is. Jawan Jennings. Touchdown. Wow. Touchdown, 49ers. And it's an 8-point game in Houston. Hey, Jake Tungus. I had him. Plus 1,200 to score. Wow. This was to win $3,000. I just needed Tyrell Shavers, Kyle Pitts, and Luther Burden to score. Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift both got one touchdown. Cam Scatterbo had one. Josh Allen got 2 touchdowns. But it doesn't matter because Scatterbo is injured, and I had that parlayed together. Harold Fannin Jr. This is the witching hour. Here we go. This is when wins become losses and losses becomes wins. It is officially the witching hour here at Only Football. Let it be known. Who will it be? Will it be the 49ers who turn their loss into a win? Will it be the Jets who turn their loss into a win? After a 20-yard, 35-yard rush. I said 20 because I was looking at Breece Hall's number. A 35-yard rush by Breece. Rush by Breece Hall. It was a 30-yard rush by Breece Hall. Here we go. Handoff. Texans. Oh, big opening right up the middle. To the 45 goes Woody Marks. Look at that. Look at that blocking. Where was that blocking last week versus the Seahawks? Remember, this Niners defense. No Greenlaw. No Hufanga. No, who's their other linebacker? It's the best in the NFL. I'm drawing a blank. Don't know why. Don't know why. Drawing a blank. Anyway, they're missing a lot of pieces. 2, 1. Nope, they're not going to snap it. 4th and 5. And the Ravens are going to punt it. And I don't think the fans are going to like this. Saquon Barkley, medical tent, hamstring. Oof. Saquon Barkley having to go into the medical tent after. Look at that. I said if the Eagles go back to feeding Saquon Barkley, they'll win this game. They go back to feeding Saquon Barkley. He's got 150 rushing yards. They're winning this game by over 10 points. It's not rocket science. It just takes an offensive coordinator with a spine to be able to say, you know what? I don't care how you feel, AJ Brown. We're in this thing to win it. As I say that, Tank Bigsby breaks off a big run. They acquired him from Jacksonville earlier this year. Jets in red zone again. Here, this is where Caleb Williams is going to take over on the 3-yard line. And there's a flag. And there's a flag. Oh my gosh, a flag. A flag comes out here. All right. Screenshot between 6. All right. Rick needs to get down here. He is in Seattle. He's in Seattle with his wife. They're on a date thing. Turnover. Caleb Williams turns the ball over. Williams just shit the bed. Williams just shit the bed. There you go. Ticker updated. Two-point attempt to make it a 7-point game for the Jets. The 0-7 Jets trying to get their first win. Fields under pressure, steps up. This is going to work out nicely. And he's going to run it in. You could tell once he was able to step up with that pressure. It's the kind of play where you're like, I'm great. I'm happy you're capable of making that play. But does it always have to be you turning yourself into a running back to make a great quarterback play? You know what I mean? Like when will it just be? When will it just be you making a great read and throwing a good ball? And Dallas Goedert gets in the end zone there. Touchdown, Ravens. Kohler. And now it's a 10-point game. It is a 10-point game. Dude, red zone is like a full 3 minutes ahead. I mean, behind. Red zone is a full 3 minutes ahead of game day. Just in case you guys were wondering at home, that is the case. Two 229. All right. And here was the scoring play. So you had Charlie Kohler just run, right across the screen, kind of a mesh route. You would call it to the flat if he was lined up on the outside, but being on the inside. You kind of like just a mesh, and nobody picks him up. Charlie Kohler ends up being wide open, catching the ball and scoring the touchdown. And just like that, the Ravens take a 2-possession lead on the Bears. And all of a sudden, it looks like this might come down to a loss for the Bears. And for the Ravens, their fan base can go on another week of optimism without thinking that their season's over. Right? Because that's kind of where we were at. Let's see. Where did I? No, where did my blank? Here. I thought I had one. There we go. We're going to go image. We're going to add an image here. Recents 231. And there we go. All right. There is the live update right now. 1 tutty game for Jets versus Bengals. If the Jets win this game, I'm going nuts. You heard it here first. Little E is going streaking if the Jets win. Oh, holding. Checking in on the Giants and the Eagles. Giants need something. Ball is loose. They actually are going to rule this a fumble and Eagles ball. And that's gonna be a done deal. Well, it's under review, so we'll see what happens. Atlanta's gonna get their asses kicked. They're down 31 points. That's over. The Bears game's over. Miami's gonna win. I definitely don't have a single parlay in with Miami winning. So good trick. Bijan Robinson doesn't score a single touchdown today. Christian McCaffrey without a touchdown. Shit is pissing me off. This is my bye week, I guess, with fantasy football. This is gonna have to be my bye week. I need Harold Fannin to have another touchdown. Cleveland has the ball on New England's 25-yard line, so I'm putting all my eggs in the Fannin basket because that one would win me $151,000. It's Harold Fannin to score 2 touchdowns. He has 1 in the red zone. Taysom Hill to score 2 touchdowns. Tyler Warren to score 2 touchdowns, and Tucker Kraft to score 2 touchdowns. Now I put that bet in 3 different times, $1. The reason was I figured if Harold Fannin, Taysom Hill, and Tyler Warren all get 2 touchdowns, on the first one I'll cash out whatever they're offering me. The second one, when Tucker Kraft scores his first touchdown in the Packers game, I'll cash out. And then the third one I hold. So it costs $3 altogether, but it allows me 2 different cash out spaces. But I need Fannin to score 1 touchdown. It is 1st and 10 on New England's 20. Come on. Bring me to that Cleveland game, baby. Here's another touchdown for the Bengals. And the Bengals are 400. The Bengals are 400, and Joe Flacco has paved the way for another Joe. He's the greatest postseason quarterback besides a different Joe, Joe Montana. And him coming back salvaged the season for another Joe, Joe Burrow. Long story short, as long as your name is Joe, you can straight up throw. And if it's a game day decision, you got to go. And I don't think this is news. This is something everyone should know. There will be no reason to take out at quarterback a guy named Joe. Say it ain't so. Joe's got to go. Because when Joe is your starting quarterback, every week you're 1-0. The field goal is good, and it's 34-3. I mentioned that before. Cleveland got a touchdown. Let's see. Track live. Play in progress. What was the last? Oh, my God. The Giants connect on a big touchdown. There's a flag, though. Darius Slayton connects on a quick bomb. And now could the Giants look, if any team knows that you can mount an insurmountable comeback in the fourth quarter, it's the Giants, because it happened to them last week. Look at Dable. Dable is such a baby, dude. I like passion when I see it, but whenever Dable shows his passion, it's so cringy and hard to watch. He looks like the kind of guy that beats his wife because he just can't help himself. I just don't like that type of – something's off about him squeezing his headset and grinding his teeth. It's like, dude, you have no control over your physiology of your own body because of your anger. Some guys can pull it off and look cool, and it's like Matt LaFleur. He's a very passionate guy. I bet he loves his wife, right? Dable, very passionate guy. I hope he's not married. This is the same guy that was harassing the medical staff last week. Who was that? Njoku. Damn, a different tight end. I was hoping that was going to be Fannin. All right, don't tempt me, brother Kyle. If you want to know Mo, there we go. Casey thrown in. You got to go with Joe. What we do know is if you go, oh my gosh, if you want a Caleb, just go with Caleb. Oh, that's gonna be helmet to helmet. That would have been a great play by the Ravens. Also, that touchdown coming off the board, man. Look at Dable. I'm gonna show you. Dang, I wish I would have taken a picture of that when I had it. Red Zone shows all of the cussing and all of the frustration. Game days like, we need to keep it PG. Dable. How do you spell Dable? Brian Dable. There we go. There it is. Here we go. Now, you guys tell me. Hold on. I'm gonna go Andrew Merritt. Hold on, I got you guys. I'm gonna do you a solid. Ari. Here we go. All right. Wow, the Atlanta Falcons, their stadium's empty. The Falcons have left the building. Here we go. Save video. Messenger. Here we go. Kyle Kitzman. This is the production value I give you guys. This is the production value you guys get here on the Only Football Podcast. This is a moment that just happened. It is not easy to get these moments, but we got it done. We got it done. And here we go. Let's go. What is it? 244. What is it? Right here. Downloads. Why is it? Oh, because it's image file. I need to share it as a video. Okay, here we go. There you go. All right, you guys tell me if this guy looks like a healthy person. Ready?
10-yard penalty for the previous spot. 4th down.
It's just too much. That's just too much. Look at him squeeze his hand.
10-yard penalty for the previous spot. 4th down.
Just like, dude, have a little self-control, just a tiny bit. Like I said, some guys pull off angry. He just doesn't. He just does not pull off angry. He just comes across as a psychopath. Now, the two games right now that are actually close, we talk witching hour, right? We talk about the witching hour. Where's our witching hour games? Witching hours are when wins become losses and losses becomes wins. And today, our witching hour, make no mistake about it, it is definitely between the Jets and the Texans game. And here's another 2-point conversion. And here's Fields rolling, firing, caught. They're going to say incomplete. We're going to have to review this. I thought he caught it. And if he had any part of his body in the end zone when he had the ball, that's a touchdown or a 2-point conversion. It looked like he got this. Throw, good, catch. That's a 2-point conversion. How is that not a 2-point conversion? They're going to look at the play. Of course. I knew they had to. They had to. But now it's going to be why are they even going for 2 anyway? To make it a 6-point game? What the hell does that do? Now you need a 2-point conversion if they don't accept this. You need a 2-point conversion. You know what I mean? Like, just to tie the game. If anything, you kick the extra point now, and if you wanted to do this so you could win by 1, you go for 2 on the next touchdown, and the score would have been 37-38, and you would have went, I'm going for 2. That's how you do that. Why would you go for 2 when it's 30-38? Why would you not kick the extra point? I don't understand that. You kick the extra point, it's a 7-point game. You don't kick the extra point. Like, if you want to win by 1 by going for 2, you do that on the next possession, not this one. I guess he's thinking, well, if we don't get it, we just want to know, what we're working with, I guess. I don't know. I can't. I knew it. Okay. 2-point conversion's good. I thought it would be. All right. 4th and 3. Oh my gosh. Can the Niners make this a game? Will the punter just put the ball in the 1-yard line? So 99 yards for Mac Jones and company. And on 1st down, no problem. A 17-yard completion to Kendrick Bourne. I don't know if I just made up that first name or not, but that gives them some space. Now, approaching the 3-minute mark, there's Christian McCaffrey, who's going to scamper all the way down to almost the 40-yard line for the Texans. 2 minutes and 53 seconds and ticking. Of course, the 49ers need to score on this drive, and they would need a quick touchdown, and then it would extra point would make it 23-26. So we'll see what happens. There's a push-off on the Ravens. I got to say, I'm seeing that push-off every single week. It's never getting called. Look at the top of this route. Look at that. That's not a push-off. That is a textbook push-off. How is that not getting called? And then just that puts the game away. That push-off puts the game away. And they're going to blow the whistle here. Incomplete pass. Interesting call. There's still 7 minutes and 45 seconds. And I think the thinking for the Bengals is we're going to stay aggressive. We're going to stay aggressive. 2nd and 10 for the 49ers. Guess what? What you got for us, Lily? What you got for us? Of course, these scores have been updated, and I will update them as soon as I get the opportunity to do so. Here's McCaffrey. McCaffrey got blasted at the end of that, and he got up immediately. McCaffrey is the greatest white NFL player of all time. And honestly, McCaffrey was on that list. And it's cool to see Christian McCaffrey pass. Remember, Christian McCaffrey ran a 4.3 40-yard dash. I mean, he has really been kind of like, I want to be careful how I word this because I'm not going to say that, but the Michael Jordan for white people. I'll say it that way, right? There's a lot of white guys out there that think, man, what's the point? If I can't run a 4.4, if I can't, have a record-breaking shuttle, like, I'm not going to be good enough. And guess what? Christian McCaffrey defies all of the odds. In all around the world, I'm sure there's guys like, hey, man, I could probably, with the right training, if he can do it, I can do it. And Lily said, remember, I told you the Jets would get their first win today. We'll see. A lot of football left. They did get an interception on Flacco. Dart throwing complete. Wandale Robinson's there. Giants trying to mount a comeback. Here's the Jets on the punt return. And all of a sudden, the Jets take it all the way to the 43-yard line. And this game is going to get interesting. There has already been 70 points scored in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 7 minutes left to go. Justin Fields, the first play of this drive, fakes the handoff, rolls, caught, and that is good for 15, probably about 17 yards. Woody Johnson, I posted a short this weekend about him making comments about, well, if we could just complete a pass, it would look all right. Our defense is looking good. Now, look at this. You got the defense giving up 38 points, and Justin Fields, he's put up 32 points. You can't blame that on the quarterback. I'm sorry, but you got to win games that you score 30 or more points. And we'll see how much grit this team has. Tart is able to run it in for a touchdown to bring it down to 18 points. They're going to obviously go for 2 to try to bring it to 16. Here's Justin Fields in the Jets offense starting to gain momentum, and they really feel like, hey, when we have the ball, We can't be stopped. Scored on 6 of last 7 possessions, whether it's the 3 field goals or the 3 touchdowns. The Jets have had no problem turning possessions into points, and they're going to need it no more than right now. 2nd and 5, handoff to Breece Hall, and I love the balance they have going right now with Breece Hall. And remember, they're doing all of this without their number 1 wide receiver, Garrett Wilson. Here's Tyler Huntley on a fake handoff, and that is going to take it all the way down to the 2-yard line. Look at the way Tyler Huntley finishes this run. No, I need a first down. Puts his head down and picks up those gritty yards. That is what I like to see from a quarterback. Third and 1. Justin Fields trying to QB sneak. I think he's going to be. Oh, it's right on that line. It's either they're going to say first down. First down, Jets. Remember, they're still going to need a 2-point conversion. So we're really just bouncing between the Ravens and Bears. And here's Derrick Henry. He's going to bounce it outside. Touchdown. Big D Henry. Big D Henry gets it in. You got to love it. You got to love it. Another completion. Ball is going to be on the 6-yard line. Buffalo Bills, 49ers, Giants, Bengals, Falcons. Ugh. See what's open. We got the Patriots. They're going to win. We got the Giants. They're down 18. They're going to lose. Bengals, Falcons, they already lost. Bijan, that game's over. Only hope is Hannon to get a garbage time touchdown for those. We got Hannon. Derrick Henry with 2 touchdowns. But Jalen Hurts isn't getting 2. That's over. McCaffrey getting 2. Scatterbo, that was already over. And we got Cade Otton, Juwan Johnson both scoring. Jake Ferguson, Evan Ingram both scoring. Tucker Kraft, Jonnu Smith both scoring. And Tyler Warren. On National Tight Ends Day, I got every tight end in the second slotted game scoring. Here's a quick throw. First down, 3rd and 2. They pick up 2. Wow. Wow. Broncos game is exactly 30 minutes from kickoff. And we are only 10 minutes from kickoff with the Buccaneers and the Saints. Excuse me, gosh. Emeka Egbuka is going to have a big game today. Cade Otton as well. He's going to have a big game. I'm thinking around 50 receiving yards for Cade Otton. Tez Johnson. Juwan Johnson. National Tight Ends Day. Rachaad White. He's going to have to be a factor in the passing game. Same thing with Alvin Kamara. Chris Olave. Cade Otton. 4 catches. Tez Johnson. I think he has about 3. Then Titans, Colts. Daniel Jones. Man, he's going to pass for 225. I'm going to go 200 to play it safe. We're going to have Tyler Warren with 50 receiving yards in this game. Cam Ward's going to have We'll call it 107. No, let's go 150. 150 passing yards. Michael Pittman Jr., 25 receiving yards. Josh Downs, go 15 receiving yards. We got touchdowns. We're going to go anytime touchdown. Jonathan Taylor. And the Niners are going to take the L. Here's kind of a last hope throw. And incomplete. Cowboys, Broncos. Let's see. We're going to go Cortland Sutton with 40 receiving yards. Evan Ingram with 15. Troy Franklin with 20. RJ Harvey with 10. Wow. Touchdown Jets. Back of the end zone, Mason Taylor with the Jets. Flacco headed down to the tunnel. Wow. Breece Hall with a touchdown pass. He even had a pump fake in that, and it looks like Joe Flacco's hurt. And it's 38-38. This is remarkable stuff we're seeing. We're going to go touchdown with Bo Nix, RJ Harvey. Bo Nix and RJ Harvey in the Titans game. We're going to go. I feel like the only guy that scores on this team is this Elik Ayamanor guy. Who's the tight end for the Titans? Titans starting tight end. Chick Aganulo. Okay, got it. And then we're going to go Tyler Warren. And then for the Saints, anytime touchdown Saints, we're going to go Spencer Rattler. Like, give me a Baker Mayfield touchdown today. I feel like with all the injuries that's going on, it's one of those games where, and you know what? Give me a New Orleans defensive touchdown. And no, it's disgusting. It's gross. It makes no sense. I love it. I love it. Baker Mayfield and the Saints defense for $12,000. Let's go. $21 legs. Baker 225. Rattler 225. Ibuka 60. K-Dot and 50. Tez Johnson 25. Juwan Johnson 15. Rashad White 10. Alvin Kamara 15. Chris Olave 5 catches. K-Dot and 4. Tez Johnson 3. Daniel Jones 200 passing yards. Tyler Warren 50. Cam Ward 150. Michael Pittman 25 yards receiving. Josh Downs 15 yards receiving. Jonathan Taylor anytime touchdown. Cortland Sutton 40 yards receiving. Evan Ingram 15. Troy Franklin 20. RJ Harvey 10. $1 to win $360. Of course, anytime you build them that big, injuries is the biggest thing that you're you're kind of hoping against, but the Jets are winning 39-38. Zach Taylor standing there. Joe Flacco on the field. What can they do? Here's Joe Flacco looking, firing, caught. No, it's up in the air, and it's dropped. Almost intercepted by the Jets. And that would have been game. No, they still have 3 timeouts. Look at this. Joe Flacco, clean pocket, middle of the field. You got to catch that ball, too. I think that was Iglesias, I think. Got to come down with that ball right there. 2nd and 10, and they're going to hand it off in a quick timeout. They were hoping they could catch the Jets slipping there. They were hoping they could catch the Jets, not expecting the run. And unfortunately, the Jets were sitting there waiting for that exact play. Panthers. Wow, what a week 8, right? And I said on our I think it was our prediction. I said the parity across the NFL, it's starting to separate. Teams are starting to separate. We got Kellen Moore in his first year with the Saints, getting ready to kick off. 3rd and 9's incomplete, so it comes down to this. 4th and 9, and the Jets are looking at their first win. They are looking at their first win. They're looking it dead in the face. And the question is there something between it? Joe Flacco, is there something he can do to get this stop? And it looks like, based on the comments, the Jets don't get the stop here. I'm assuming that everyone's already seen this. Here is Joe Flacco looking, firing, incomplete. And the Jets get their first win. Look at them, 0-7. This is their Super Bowl, beating the Bengals 39-38. And look, I said it. I said it last week. Everyone's like, oh, Denver sucks because they barely could beat the Jets. I said the Jets aren't a bad team. The Jets are a winless team. But that is not synonymous with being a bad team. And I can prove it. You know, the Broncos, the Steelers, the Buccaneers all lost to this Jets team by a total of 9 points. I'm sorry, by a total of 6 points. By 2 points or less. The Jets are competitive. They are a very competitive football team. They almost beat the Bucs. They almost beat the Steelers. They almost beat the Broncos. They were scoring points in that Steelers game. They were in the 30s. They've been right there. But when you're winless, everybody likes to act like it's all falling apart. You know which team actually looks like they're falling apart? The Dolphins, who got a big win today. But if you, as a fan, don't see the contrast between the way the Jets have been playing all year and the way the Dolphins have been playing all year, I have news for you. You're one of those fans that just looks at the record and does not look at the context within the record, because you cannot do that in this league. You will accidentally fire the wrong coach. Remember, Dan Campbell's first year with the Lions, he had the Lions all the way to week 11, and they were 0-11-1. They were terrible. They were so bad that they got the first draft pick next year. But everybody trusted the process. And then Dan Campbell's second year, they were right there, man. Week 1, they were losing. Week 2, losing. Week 3, losing. Week 4, losing. Heartbreaker, losing. 4th and 20 for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson ends up converting on a 4th and 20. How did he do it? I don't know. But it sets up a 66-yard field goal. And somehow the Lions continue to lose. And it was at that moment that the Lions fans, they couldn't help themselves. They thought it doesn't matter what coach we get. We are cursed. That is not the case. And if the Lions would have ditched Dan Campbell, but you know why they didn't? Because Dan Campbell showed up in that presser with tears in his eyes, talking about how hard his team's fighting. And if you watch the games, it was obvious. Like Dan Campbell, the culture was already there before the wins. You could see the way the team was fighting. But if you're a fan that just looks at the record and goes, that's a bad team, imagine breaking up that Dan Campbell Lions team after winning, what was it, winning one game in his first season and being, to week 7 before they got their first win. I shared this about the Jets, and I want to share it one more time before we go into our week 4 slot. This is what I wrote about the Jets after I got to see them close up. Okay? And if you're a Jets fan, I think you're going to love this. I'm a fan of this 0-6 coach in New York. Everyone's acting like Dan Campbell didn't have the Lions at 0-10-1. And actually, I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see it along with me. Okay? Here we go. Okay? I'm a fan of this 0-6 coach in New York. Everyone's acting like Dan Campbell didn't have the Lions at 0-10-1 by week 13 in his first season. But thank God the fans and the front office stuck with him. I'm going to open this up a little more. There we go. Thank God the fans in the front office stuck with him because he went on to build that culture from the ground up. Dan's first year, he ended 3-13-1. But by his second season, the Lions got to 9 wins, and they did it by knocking Green Bay out of the postseason in a must-win Week 18 game, finishing the season as arguably the hottest team in the league. But remember, the Lions had many gut punch losses in Campbell's first year. Week after week, Lions nations felt cursed with losses like that Week 3 game against the Ravens when a 4th and 19 conversion set up Justin Tucker's insane 66-yard field goal. It was actually a 4th and 20. It was hard for fans not to resort to here we go again. People mock the Broncos for only beating the Jets by 2 points, like they were supposed to steamroll them the way they did Cincinnati. But they somehow managed to forget the Jets also played tight games against the Steelers and Buccaneers, in which they lost by only 2 points. The Jets are competing in close games. It's only a matter of time before it starts clicking, before it clicks. Justin Fields might be the guy. Emphasis on the word might. If he is, this team's going to start winning. If Fields isn't the guy, how can you judge Aaron Glenn fairly when he's handcuffed to a struggling quarterback? However, if Fields continues to underperform without showing progress in the new system, it's on Glenn to make the tough call to bench him. A good coach knows when to pivot, and at the same time, fans need to be patient. The New York Jets have struggled to create a healthy team culture my entire life. It's probably the NFL's weakest. Look at guys like Sam Darnold, who didn't even look good until they left that dysfunctional organization and became superstars. Look at Baker Mayfield with the Panthers and Browns compared to now. The Browns cycled through quarterbacks so frequently that they failed to recognize they were trading away the 2025 MVP. This is the consequence of organizations that habitually discard players and coaches after a single disappointing season without analyzing the underlying factors contributing to those struggles. Similarly, the Jets front office too often succumbs to pressure from fans and the relentless New York media. This leads to frequent coaching changes, inconsistent decision-making, and a vicious cycle of criticism that undermines the organization's stability. Strong ownership means giving fans what they need, not what they want. Right now, with Aaron Glenn at the helm, the Jets need consistency and a robust culture to finally turn the franchise around. To clarify, my comparison of Baker Mayfield's situation was meant to parallel the Jets potentially parting ways with Aaron Glenn, not Justin Fields. Jets, 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 Jets. Teams shoot themselves in the foot, then we come back and shoot ourselves in the head. That is what Bruce Hull said in the host was Brees Hall, fully understands the New York Jets experience. But make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, the Jets have been close. They have been a fighting team. And it's going to take time. And I think we have become so results driven. We've always been that way. But when the Commanders draft Jaden Daniels and go to the NFC Championship game in Dan Quinn's first season, all of a sudden, other teams become less patient. When C.J. Stroud turns a Texans team into a playoff team in year one, all of a sudden people forget that is not every quarterback's experience. But fans don't care about that. They want to win now, and they don't care. But if you don't have the context, it could lead you down a bad road. Because in order to be a good fan, you have to understand where your team is at and how you can help your team. You can't help your team by firing a coach and saying, I've seen enough, when that statement isn't true. How could you see enough when Justin Fields is your starting quarterback and it's week 8? You can't see enough. Now imagine Dan Campbell being 0-10 and 1 by week 13, and the fans going, I've seen enough, fire him. He's just another coach that's all talk, no results. Now the Lions are the best team in the NFL, and they've been there for the last couple of years. But we don't like to remember that it took 3 years for that to translate into a team that was in an NFC championship. It took 3 years. Look at Sean coming in for Denver. Year 1, it's the Russell Wilson show. It's terrible. He's handcuffed to this bad quarterback, tries to make it work. It doesn't work out. They cut ties. They draft Bo Nix. They go from a 9-win team an 8-win team to a 9-win team. An 8-win team. Then they jump to a 10-win team. Go to the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. And now it's year 3. Year 3, well, we'll see what happens. But good things come in year 3. That's what I've learned. Jordan Love's first year beats the Cowboys real bad, loses the Niners then last year. Too many injuries. Now it's year 3. Okay? Year 3 is when good organizations make it to the NFC Championship game. That's when it happens. Patrick Mahomes' first year, he lost to Tom Brady in the AFC divisional round, and then, turned around, went to a Super Bowl in 2020, lost the Super Bowl to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Mahomes' first 3 years. Let me go starting. Mahomes' first year had a 24-7 record in his first 3 seasons. His second season was a standout season, earning him NFL MVP. The first season he started as a full-time starter. He won MVP. In 2019, he had 26 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 4,000 yards. 2020, that can't be right. That can't be right. Mahomes in his first 3 years. Oh, no. I got to say first 4 years then, because his first year he didn't. Obviously, his first year didn't start. Jesus. Come on, help me out. Mahomes, okay. 16 games, 14 games. Oh, he only played in 14 games. So, yeah, his second season. Look, you've seen that everywhere, whether it's Jordan Love. It's like, dude was a beast his first year starting to close out the season, beat Dallas. Then year 2, it's just this little dip. Look at Mahomes. Wins NFL MVP, over 5,000 yards passing. His second year, 2019, barely cracked 4,000 yards passing. By the way, hasn't had a season like statistically as bad as year 2 as a starter. 4,031 yards. He missed 2 games. I think that was the year he dislocated his kneecap running a QB sneak on Monday Night Football in Denver. I was at that game. Then year 3, 2020, goes to the Super Bowl. It's year 1, year 2, year 3. That's the way these things work, man. But great win for the Jets. Great win for the Jets. I hope that they stay patient. I hope that they stop the coaching carousel. And it's necessary. It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary. Now, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to go to a place that I like to call home. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Colorado. Country roads, take me home. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Throwback Sundays in Denver. We are wearing our throwbacks, and we are undefeated in our throwbacks. I was in a tight spot. I didn't know. I'm 4-0 in this jersey. Do I switch it up, or do I just leave it alone? Because I got my throwback right there, but I'm like, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait, I think. And it looks like the Cowboys. Here we go. Javonte Williams warming up on the sideline. There's J.K. Dobbins, his replacement, 7th most rushing yards in the NFL entering Week 8. Who you got in the Dallas-Denver game, Kyle? It's got to be Denver. It's got to be. Okay, first off, let me sell you on it. Let me sell you this pen, okay? I'm going to sell you this pen. First, can you write your name down for me? I can't. I don't have a pen. Exactly. No, I'm just kidding. But let me sell you this pen. Denver is the longest home winning streak in the NFL right now. All 32 teams. The Broncos have the longest home winning streak. After the Buffalo Bills lost to the Patriots a couple of weeks ago, Denver took that spot. They haven't lost at home since Week 6 in the 2024 season. And that is because Denver is a tough place to play. Our fans show up for these games. It is a loud atmosphere. It's a magical place. Mile High Magic's a real thing. And, yeah, that's part of it. The other part, we're wearing the throwback uniforms. Undefeated in the throwback uniforms. That's what we do. All right. The other thing, okay. Cowboys are really good at pushing the ball deep downfield, but we have the best pass rush in the NFL, which means not a ton of time to push the ball downfield. All right. So I don't think Dak's going to have a ton of time. He's going to have to dink and dunk more than he would like. And, we saw our defense in 2015 win a Super Bowl. We learned defense does, in fact, win championships. We already knew this because in 2013, we had the best offense in NFL history. And we lost 43-8 in the Super Bowl. So when you have a offense that is great, but they have no defense, right? The Cowboys have the worst defense in the league. The question is, what happens when the best offense goes against, the best defense? In many ways, we have the best defense. Well, the answer is the defense wins. The only time that isn't the case is when the best defense, whatever team that is, they have the worst offense. They can't score 3 points, which brings the intriguing X factor, Denver's offense. That is the X factor in this game. Denver's offense has scored in the past first, second, third quarter in the past 2 games. They've scored 3 points. Yet 33 points were scored in the fourth quarter. Before that fourth quarter, they had 3 points scored in their previous 6. what kind of team is going to show up in quarters 1, 2, 3, and 4. Denver calls more screens than any team in the NFL. And we know Sean likes to run those screens as an extension of the running game. And everybody says that stop calling screens. They're not working. I went back and watched the film. You guys, these screen passes are not bad calls. Almost every single one of them, if you freeze it, you got RJ Harvey or Cortland Sutton or Marvin Mims catching the ball, and then you got 3 Broncos in front going against 2 Jets, right, or 2 Giants, which means we have numbers. The problem is our offense, our receivers, our tight ends, they are not blocking. They are not bringing that nastiness that you need from an offensive line. You need, if you're going to run these plays, like, it is not the play calling that we're struggling in. It's the execution of the plays. Now, is Sean going to stick with it, or is he going to accept the fact that, hey, we're just not that type of a team and I need to pivot as a coach? Or does he say, I have faith that they're going to start executing these play calls and they're just too juicy to not call up? Like, I got Marvin Mims, 3, 4 blockers in front going against 2. Like, yeah, the defense makes a great play. So be it. But I'm going to take that matchup 9 out of 10 times. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, that matchup hasn't been working at all, even though it's favorable when you pause the screen and look. You go, well, this should be a touchdown. This should be a 15, 20-yard game. No, we lost 3 yards on this play. How? Well, everybody missed their blocks. So I don't know what Sean's move is here. I don't know what he's going to decide to do as far as sticking with some of these play calls and trying to coach his players up, or pivoting to just abolishing the screen game entirely. You even need to ask Casey, Pat, were you there for my hot take Jets win prediction Thursday? I was not. Oh, damn. You probably want to go back and watch it. I predicted Justin Fields figures things out, wins the game 36-21. Ladies and gentlemen, we got little E with the upset prediction called right, and we are going to give you that round of applause, brother. This is going to be RJ Harvey, who's going to take it to the 28-yard line. All right. So here we go. Bo Chapman Knicks, last 6 games versus NFC opponents, 6-0, 14 touchdowns, 0 giveaways. I think that's good. This game's going to pull some big numbers, man. First down. They're going to hand it off. And it's going to be good for about 6 yards. 7 yards. 74.7 yards per game this season. Dallas has allowed 141.3 rushing yards per game this season. 3rd most in NFL. Denver's going to use that. Look at them in those throwback uniforms. God, that looks good. Here we go. Quick throw. Evan Ingram picks up a quick 10 to 12-yard gain. Look at this. Quick little button hook. And there we go, getting Evan Ingram involved in this game early on National Tight Ends Day. Oh, come on, you son of a bee! What the fudge? What the hell? Come on! Every damn week. Fudge! Dallas off to a great start. No, they actually aren't off to a great start. God, I forgot. Tony Romo's on the freaking call. Do you know how obnoxious this is going to be? All right. Well, there goes that interception stat that we just had. Oh, God. That's big, man. An opening drive interception, that's big. Do you know why that's so big? Because A, now the Cowboys, they get a 2-for-1. They get the ball to start the game. They get the ball to start the second half. That's huge. Like, it's one thing to have a turnover on the second or third series. There's nothing worse than receiving the ball to open the game and then throwing an interception 3 plays into the game. That is the worst thing that could happen. Besides, obviously, it being a pick six. Arguably, that is even better in some cases where if Dallas ends up taking a 10-minute drive and scoring a touchdown and eating up a ton of time, then they're going to dominate time of possession. So in some cases, like, that's worse than a pick six. But just sitting here comparing like what's worse, this or that, is a bad place to be to start this game. Oh, I don't know why we have to do this. Why can't we just start fast? Can we ever just start fast? That's his first interception in 4 games. So it can't be like, it's just the timing of it. It's killing me, dude. Oh, look at that. Jake Ferguson wide open. Of course he is. I swear I'm gonna lose my mind and my voice if this is the way it's gonna be. Why are the tight ends able to pick up 9 yards on first down? Why is there nobody in the vicinity? Second and 1. Here's Dak. He's going to hand it off. And first down, Cowboys. Oh. Jeez. Here we go. We're going to hand it off here. Up the middle for 9 yards. Jeez. Oh. All right. Come on. Let's go, D. Second and 1. Dak taking a hit. Caught. CeeDee Lamb all the way down to the 3-yard line. Riley Moss in the vicinity. Was that a fumble? No, it went out of bounds. Right to the line, and Javonte Williams is going to take it all the way down to the 1-yard line. Second and goal. Fakes the handoff. Oh! Almost intercepted. Patrick Surtain. When I see coverage that good, I don't even need to wait to see. Oh, no. Surtain's down. Now, Surtain is down. Surtain is down. Hoping it's just a hyperextension. Hoping it's nothing too serious. And we're going to take a timeout. This is huge. This is huge. Obviously, the game plan, you got Surtain lined up on George Pickens playing man coverage the entire game, and you're rolling with 2 people on George Pickens. Oh, gosh. Baker Mayfield's odds to win MVP went down to plus 1,000, and Mahomes is now the favorite. Wow. I could see this being a year. I could see this being a year that the a running back that's doing really well could win it. But I really think Dak Prescott. I mean, I hope today he doesn't look like an MVP, but he has all year. Surtain, man. Can Pat Surtain keep the Cowboys wide receivers out of the end zone? 18 hours ago, Cowboys Fan Talk posted he can't cover both of them. Well, he might not be covering any of them. We'll see what happens. We're back from Surtain into the medical tent. Cowboys down here, 3rd and goal. and a whistle. False start. Yes, false start. That's huge. That is huge. Keep in mind, the CeeDee Lamb reception had the Cowboys down here at the 3-yard line on 1st and goal. Now it's 3rd and goal, and the ball's on the 6. Here we go. Lamb, incomplete. 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 Boom. Look at that. Just a great job by Brandon Jones. The awareness of where he's going with that ball and making sure that he jumps that gap. Brandon Aubrey now will attempt a 24-yard field goal. He hasn't missed this season, 15 for 15. He sure the hell isn't missing from here. And this one's good, so it's going to be 3-0. And the defense is able to limit the damage to 3 points. A little damage control there from our amazing defense, who has the best red zone defense in the NFL, along with many other things. But, man, that was a big one. That was a big stop. And we just hope and pray that everything is going to be okay with Surtain right now. I'm hoping that he's going to find his way back out on the field if he can. And, if he can't go today, hopefully it's nothing too serious. But ticker is updated. And it is 3-0. And Jahade Barron, who we drafted in the first round, highly criticized draft selection. If Surtain can't go, he's going to be asked to play a significant role in this game. And this is going to be returned to the 26-yard line by Marvin Mims. And let's try this again. Bo Chapman-Nix coming out onto the field. Top of his class, ranks among the 2024 quarterback draft class. Pass yards first, passing touchdowns first, quarterback wins first. Make sure that we got that image for all the haters. All right. First down. Back to Dobbins. Cowboys not fooled. This was the game of the week, man. This was the game of the week. Only picked up 1 yard right there, but here we go. 2nd and 9. Got some motion from Marvin Mims. And they're going to fake the handoff, throw it to Marvin Mims, and Mims is going to pick up 2 or 3. And we see a lot of that, and those are the kind of plays that have been criticized lately. Plus 42 in the fourth quarter, best in the NFL. Third and 7. Nix, shotgun, ball snap, looking, pressure coming, throws it, and there's going to be a flag. Flag at the line of scrimmage. Bo Nix is signaling it's on Dallas. 5-yard penalty remains third down, but it's going to save the Broncos right here, where this would have been a 3-and-out, and it was a 3rd and 7. Now it's going to be a 3rd and 2. All right. Bo Nix, ball snap, looking, firing, caught, middle of the field, gone, all the way 40-yard line. Tackle. I thought he was going to go to the house. 40-yard line. That was like a 35-yard play. Look at this. Looking left. Look at that. That is a great throw. Great patience. These are the plays that Nix makes. And you're just like, man, we got a guy. Here's a fake handoff. Bo Nix going deep downfield. Oh, God, no. Oh. Was that an overthrow? Sertan out of the blue tent, questionable to return per Tracy Wolfson. Now he's jumping, testing that leg, seeing what it can do. But, man, it really felt like that could have been something. There goes Harvey. First down. Touchdown. Harvey. What did I miss? I tried to clip the injury. Hold on. Let me get this replay. Oh, just a pitch to Harvey. Look at Tony trying to talk shit even on a good play. This is what I thought Denver would do. It took a little while. What are you talking about? This is our 5th play of the game. How are you going to have an underhand comment on our 5th play? Like, this is what I thought Denver would do. They hadn't done it, but, I thought it was obvious that this is, what they should have been doing. But, yeah, finally they get around to doing what I thought they should be doing. We're not in the third quarter, dude. It's 5 plays into the game. I actually don't mind Tony Romo, but whenever he talks, like, he's just like the smartest person, it drives me absolutely insane. It's like, dude, we get it. You're a Cowboys fan. You want them to win. Hey, Woody. Ladies and gentlemen, Woody. Because it's the dog park. Because it's the dog park. There's a dog commercial. Who is that? Who is that, Woody? Who is that? Who is that? You're a good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. Love that dog. Your stream is delayed AF. Kyle saying hello to his Woody. I know. You know why? Because the powers that be decided that the Titans and the Colts was going to be the game that not the game that we needed, but the one we deserved. So we are having to watch this game through the other options available to us. If I lived in any other state in the country, I would be watching the Broncos-Cowboys game with you guys, but instead I am not permitted to do so. But it's part of the deal. Sorry. Going to be about a couple minutes probably behind you guys, but just do me a favor. Don't spoil anything in the comments. That allows me to not have to see what happens before it happens, which is like the worst thing that could happen to a sports fan. All right, so RJ Harvey, after the big touchdown, Denver kicks this one off. And this is going to be returned to the 25. RJ Harvey getting in the end zone. You love to see it. And I had that RJ Harvey touchdown. Now I need Bo Nix to get one. Let's go defense. Surtain's back on the field. Crowd's going crazy. He only missed one play, and because of that, I can officially remove that. Denver is, and I need to update the ticker. Go. Here we go. False start. False start, baby. Third pre-snap penalty. Third pre-snap penalty on the Cowboys already. This is what this place is, man. It's a loud place. It's rocking. This is as difficult as an environment as you'll have, says Tony Romo. Here we go. Oh, 2nd and 11. They get it to Lamb, and he picks up about 4 yards. I'm going to add a couple images here. We're going to start with new ticker. And we're going to here we go. Third down. Dak trying not to get sacked. Launch. Woo! Sack launch, baby. Woo! Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. How long is it going to take for the production crew to mention Dallas hasn't beaten Denver since 1993? Here is Marvin Mims, who makes a couple guys miss. Is he okay? He's okay. Yeah. We're going to win this game. All right. I'm glad you're better now, brother Hat. Hold on. Is Kyle's brother Kyle, Packers or Jets Rodgers jersey for tonight's game against the Packers? Packers or Jets Rodgers? What is the Packers jersey? Literally, what Packers jersey? I need to know. Is it an Aaron Rodgers Packers jersey or an Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey? Or is it an Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey in just some Packers jersey? Let me know. But this is a great start after Bo Nix. There's the questionable overthrow that I don't think was an overthrow. I really don't. I mean, look, I didn't get a good replay on it, but it looked like Troy Franklin just kind of gave up on the play. And that's been the story this year. And it's so bad that Brandon Perna started a Boverthrow ticker. And I'm just not so quick to say that was an overthrow. I think some of these receivers need to make a freaking play. Now we know where we may just give a hint to fill you with anticipation or dread. Horrific pick six by Spencer Radler. Damn, and I had the freaking Saints getting an anytime touchdown in the Bucks. I need to flip it. I keep doing that. I keep picking the wrong team in the game. Broncos got a sack lunch. Num, 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 num. Sack lunch on Mr. Dak. What do you guys think? Every time CBS shows something in the graphic, I'm going to add it to my my background. I'm going to add it to my background. And of course, if you guys are new, once the Bronco game starts, that's pretty much what this turns into. Look at Dak addressing his offensive line. He's like, come on, guys. You guys got to be better than that. I had no time to throw it. Here's Bo. Snaps kind of high. Fakes the handoff. Rolling. Throwing. And it's going to be caught. And that's going to be Nope, that's going to be Bryant. Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant. That's just a great throw. I love when Nix is out of the pocket. Great things happen when Bo Nix is rolling out of the pocket. And I want to see more of that. 3 for 5, of course, first interception in the last 4 games happened on the third play of the game. But since then, good stuff. Here's a handoff. And this is going to be a cutback. And J.K. Dobbins with speed all the way to the 25-yard line. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Another big chunk play from J.K. Dobbins. Look at his patience. His patience as a running back doesn't wait too long, though. He has just been incredible for us this year at times. At times he's been, okay, but quick throw. Back to Franklin. Franklin's going to pick up 10 in another first. What? They're going to mark him a yard short. I would challenge this. Throw the challenge flag. What are you talking about? Dude. They're not going to challenge this? I don't know. That was an obvious first down to me. Dude, you guys better hurry the hell up. 15 seconds. Oh, okay. So they moved the spot. There we go. And they're going to hand it off here. And the flag comes out. We'll see what the flag is. Holding. I think that's Mike McGlinchey. Yeah, who went down with an injury last week. Happy to see him on the field this weekend. Why does Tony always sound like he's got to take a crap? He was holding right there. Yeah, right there. I don't know about that, Jim. Here we go. Mile-high mistakes. Third most in the NFL. Penalties most in the NFL. We got to just stop. We could be so good if we just stop screwing ourselves. Bo. Caught! Touchdown! Troy Franklin. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! How is that? Bo Nix hanging in the pocket. Waiting, and then just delivers that ball right over, I think, who's wearing number 11? Used to be Micah Parsons. Fourth play of at least 20 yards for Denver, and it is 14-3. Remember, Troy Franklin looked so good throughout camp in the preseason that Denver traded Devon Bailey. $14 points now in this first quarter. Man, this is awesome. This is great. Woohoo! Man. Dallas D is dog shit. Yep. Sure is. But their offense is great. Their offense is great. Troy Franklin has 61 yards. Evan Ingram has 11. Josh Downs. Jonathan Taylor with the touchdown. Daniel Jones, 62 passing yards already. Tyler Warren, 15 receiving yards. Cam Ward, 46. Michael Pittman Jr., 7 receiving yards. Look at this. Rashad White, 9 receiving yards. Alvin Kamara, 9 receiving yards. Chris Olave, 3 catches. Cade Oden, 2 catches. Tej Johnson, 1. Mbuka, 24 receiving yards. Spencer Radler. Wow, Baker Mayfield, only 50 passing yards so far in this game. Come on. Here we go. 14-3, and this one's going to be returned. And he's got the corner. That was Turpin. $1977. Look at this. Tony Romo grew up as a Broncos fan. Retired numbers, number 7, number 18. Here we go. Quick throw over the middle. And that's going to be completed to Javonte Williams, the ex-Bronco. You know Javonte Williams wants to win this game. Javonte Williams used to be a Denver Bronco. Here is that Broncos throwback jersey, and Alex Singleton trying to stay in coverage, but at the same time, Dak Prescott was able to just pretend to throw until he could easily pick up the first. Here's a couple details of this jersey that you guys, may not know about. If you look close in the inside of the collar, it has a Broncos country little decal. I love that. And we're going to get a 30-second timeout for Denver. This could be a signature win for the Broncos, and you might say, why a signature win, Kyle? Well, a signature win because, as you know, in the whole world, the game against the Giants took a lot to get that win, right? 33 fourth quarter points the week before. They're in London. It took a lot to get that win, right? I mean, it didn't take much, but it seemed like it took everything we had to barely beat the Jets. And then the week before that, we pulled off a remarkable comeback to beat the Eagles. And it's great to be 5-2, but you really haven't seen Denver put together 4 complete quarters yet. And against this Cowboys team, if they could hold them to a modest amount of points and score, 30 plus points, all of a sudden Denver's going to be looked at very differently. And that is what's on the table today, if Denver can take it. Here's a 3rd and 2, and they're going to run it. 2nd and 2, they're going to run it with Javonte, pick up a first down. He's going to pick up 3. So 50 seconds left in the first. Dallas putting together their best drive of the game, I guess. They've only picked up a couple first downs, but they are moving the ball. And they're in Denver territory on the 42.5-yard line. Dak looking to throw, rolling out to his right, and that's going to be caught for a gain of 1. He went out of bounds, so they're going to say it was incomplete. I thought that was complete. Lots of teams snap losing streaks today. Touchdown Titans. Wow. Didn't see that one coming. Pressure coming up the middle. Dak's got to throw it away. Incomplete. Great coverage by Jonathan Cooper. And now it's 3rd and 10. Now keep in mind, part of the game plan this entire season is going to be about Jake Ferguson. Aubrey, the kicker. Not only does he have the biggest leg in the NFL, there's going to be, at some point, a 70-yard field goal attempted in this game. I believe, I don't know if it'll be at the end of the second or what, but I believe at some point Dallas is going to attempt a record-breaking field goal in this game, with it being in Mile High. Here's 3rd and 10, only rushing 4. Alex Singleton trying to break, and he gets Dak short. There's a flag down. Let's see what the laundry is. This is going to be holding on Dallas, and I think Denver will accept it because of that kicker. Keep in mind, where he was tackled at, if they declined it, it would have been about 4th and 3. hey, they may have even gone for it, but now it's going to be an accepted penalty, and it shouldn't be 3rd and 10. It should be 3rd and 20. I hope the graphic's wrong. Yeah, so now it's 3rd and 20, and now it's the end of the first quarter. This crowd is going bananas. This crowd is going absolutely crazy. You can tell when the screen starts vibrating. It's like, wow, the sound is literally shaking the television screen. And I used to love that growing up. Growing up, that used to be like the moment that I would just smile. Like, as a fan, it's like that was my signature thing that I was like, yeah, the screen shaking. That's how my fans get down. And I love it. It's such a small thing, but it always makes me feel like I'm right there at home. Where I got this towel actually at a game. See how it's a little bit bigger than a regular towel? One of the things, in any industry, like my brother owns a bar. He owns a couple bars, one in Panama, one in Miami. But one of the things about it is like, it starts off, where you're just a coach trying to get a job, and then, moving forward, it changes where you start paying attention to all these little details and you become an expert at your craft. And one of the things about Sean is when he was hired, he was talking about things in his press conference, like, we want the towels to be, this big instead of this big, because, psychologically it makes a difference. It gets in the head of the opponent. We want our end zones to be fully painted. It used to be it was just green and it said Broncos. Now we paint the entire end zone. It's just a lot of little things that a first-time head coach just doesn't think of. And it's really like when you bring in a coach with the experience of Sean, it's like bringing in another general manager. It's like having 2 general managers. And I know Sean's under a lot of fire lately for his play calling, and people want him to give that up potentially. But I feel like a lot of the things that Sean do go unnoticed. Best third down defense in the league. Conversion percentage allowed 29.2%. This is 3rd and 20. Not in field goal range because of that penalty. And here is Dak's got to get rid of it quick. And Riley Moss bats it down. And it is in. Complete. Look at this. Woo! Look at that. Dak Prescott. He is going through it, and they're going to punt it. And that's why they accepted that penalty. This is going to be fair caught at the 10-yard line. All right. So far, so good. Great defense. Man, it's funny. Sometimes you have a play like that interception, and then you're like, oh, that was the only negative play of the entire second half. But, you didn't know that at the time. You're like, oh, no, what is going to happen to us? But so far, hasn't been any other big mistakes. And here's an updated ticker with an updated time. Here's an update. Cam Ward fakes the pitch. Wow. Who was that on the touchdown? On National Tight End Day. Wasn't that? All right. We'll see. 2nd and 9. Knicks. Staying. Buying time. Throwing. Wide of the mark. Fuck. Fudge. Damn it. Run. Knicks. Take off. Gosh. Tuck it and run, baby. Come on. Knicks, 3rd and 9. Firing. Caught. Officials say incomplete. Come on. 1, 2. Damn it. Come on. What the hell is that punt? What is that punt? Dude, our punter blows. We drafted this guy because he's got apparently a huge leg. I didn't see it there. Dude, you're punting in Denver, and they're at the 50-yard line. Baker just got lunched. Michael Pittman scored the tutty for the Colts. I was trying to see who scored for the Titans. I thought their tight end was this guy, Chico, whatever. Chico Zim Okan, whatever. I thought he was their. Dude, how does Baker Mayfield still have 50 passing yards? Spencer Rattler has almost 3 times the passing yards Baker Mayfield had. This was my upset of the week. The Saints. And yeah, Tampa Bay's got the lead, but that's because of a pick 6. Doesn't have anything to do with, Cam Ward, 47 passing yards. That's awful. All right. Tyler Warren's got to get in on National Tight Ends Day, right? Here we go. Safety's back. Now they're creeping up. And there's a flag. There's a flag down. Let's see what the flag is. Oh my gosh, offsides on the defense. Are you kidding me? All right, here's a handoff, hurdle step. Come on. Cowboys going hurry up. Pickens, quick throw and catch. Here we go. 2nd and 3. Denver's defense, they're going to run it. And it's blue. It's going to be short, about a yard. 3rd and 1. Dak Prescott, Javonte Williams, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson. Leads all tight ends in receptions and in receiving yards. CeeDee Lamb over 100 yards in 3 of the last 4 games. And they're going to hand it off to the fullback. He's going to pick up 1 yard. Hufunga is not playing around, dude. Hufunga is not playing around. Here we go. 1st and 10. Dak looking to throw. Out of bounds. Perfect coverage by Riley Moss. That is a big test. That is a big test right there for Riley Moss. And he's up for it. 1. And that's it. Only 1 foot inbounds. Riley Moss has been targeted more than any player in this league. They're going to run it. Butting heads. That I can tell that's Hufunga. I can just look at a hit and go, yep, that's Hufunga. Now this is that previous play where he had his foot out of bounds. You see, you got 1 foot, and then that second back foot couldn't get it in. So 3rd and 6 coming up here. 3rd and 6, quick throw, caught. Alex Singleton, of course, on the coverage. Remember, Dre Greenlaw was suspended for a game for arguing with a referee after last week's win. Here we go. Little motion, Dak, handoff, and he's going to get tackled after a gain of 4 or 5. Great job by Brandon Jones. That looked like it could have been a touchdown. This red zone defense, man, it's going to be huge. Can we continue to hold them? Dak, handoff, flag comes out. It's a 1 yard gain. What's the flag? Illegal formation. And it's called a legal formation on the Cowboys. So back them up, baby. Back them up. Back them up. Here we go. Here we go. Dak looking to throw over the middle. They're going to mark him a yard short. Yeah, he's going to be a yard short. First and goal. All right. Here we go. Prescott. Nope. There we go. Denver bringing in those big bodies. Here we go. Here we go. Second and goal. Handoff. Touchdown, Williams. All right. Point after is good. 10-14. All of this because we couldn't pick up a first down. We got a 3-and-out on our last drive. Look how much that hurt us. We had an opportunity to put this team away, and we let them back in the game. All right. We remember leaving the Broncos game after losing in the season opener to the Steelers. It was actually not the season opener, but the home opener. We had lost to Seattle the week before. And this is what I said.
Really recording.
I am.
You know what I love about losing?
What?
You can look at me.
I can look at you?
Yeah. You know what I love about losing is that it filters out all the fake fans. See, it's easy to be a Broncos fan when you're winning. But when you're losing, you get rid of all the fake fans, and the ones that remain, well, you've earned the right to celebrate when we start winning. It'll happen soon.
And since that video, we did turn a corner, went on to win 10 games after starting 0-2, getting our first win the week after against Tampa Bay, who was 2-0, coming off a big win where they beat the Lions in Detroit. And Denver went down to Tampa Bay and dismantled them. It was an old-fashioned whoop-ass. Can of whoop-ass. I forgot how it beat down, whatever. We beat them. And, man, things just started getting better for us. And we went into this season, made a couple moves, Bufunga, Greenlaw, bringing in an R.J. Harvey to help the running game, drafting a Pat Bryant. And we felt like, hey, Sean's right when he said this is a team that can go to the Super Bowl. And they've made so many mistakes, yet they find themselves at 5-2. And that's just a testament to how good this team can be when they really put it together. And this is what we're going to need to see today. I mentioned this Cowboys team is a good football team. I've said it a couple times. They are. They have weaknesses? Absolutely. But their strengths, it's what has them, with a 500 record despite being, so bad defensively. Their offense, it's insane. We're going to need a complete game to beat them today. Takes the handoff, Nick's rolling out, then throwing, and it's caught, and now a flag. Defensive holding. Let's go, baby. It was holding on the Cowboys number 14. I was thinking that was on Sutton for a second. Yep. And man, the tipped balls have been an issue. No tips so far. That was a big problem last week. Here's Nix in the pocket, looking, firing downfield. That's a flag. There it is. Let's go, baby. That would have been a touchdown. That would have been a touchdown. And that was a beautiful, beautiful ball by Bo Nix. Look at this. Just cuts him off. Marvin Mims, man, that was about to be 6. That was going to be 6. That's a bummer because that play now gets removed from the highlight reel, and it doesn't go to one of those stats where, oh look, Bo Nix's accuracy throwing the deep ball. That one gets missed. Here's Ingram, all the way down to the 1. All the way down to the 1. Happy Tight Ends National Tight End Day, whatever. Look at that. What a ball. That spiral was so tight, I didn't even see laces. Were there laces? Somebody call Eddie Lacy from Alabama. Ask him if there were any laces on that ball. That's how tight that spiral was. No penalties on offense. And a penalty on the defense. Approachment. Half the distance of the goal. First down. 5 pre-snap penalties for the Cowboys. Hard count. And it gets them. I love Bo Nix's hard count, man. You see a lot of these quarterbacks coming out, and this is their hard count. Nope, you got him to jump again. Is that not a what do you mean he jumped? How is that not approachment? Look at this. Oh, that so he got back. Remember last time Denver played the Cowboys, they ran that naked bootleg and Manning ran it in. I want to see them do that again. Here it is, handoff up the middle. And it is touchdown. Wait, why'd they blow the whistle? What are you guys talking about? Why are they blowing the whistle? Why are they blowing the whistle? Why? We get it, Tony. We know they blew the whistle. Why are they blowing the whistle when forward progress hadn't been stopped? That is bullshit. Harvey, touchdown. Trying to. RJ Harvey, touchdown. RJ Harvey was a quarterback his freshman year and throughout high school. Denver's going to go for 2 now. Denver's going to go for 2 because after the play, smack scare Bulls in the face. Little cowgirls don't know how to contain their emotions. Can't do that. Denver's going to go for 2 now. Ball on the 1. Ingram, there's a flag. All right. And it's 20. Now the Cowboys have an opportunity to Cowboys have an opportunity here to try to score a touchdown, make it a 3-point game, and to get the ball to start the second half. So, like, this is a very tight game still. Calm down, Brother K. It's on Dallas. Sorry, I'm 15 seconds behind. Love the energy, though. Brother Jinja, how about them Jets? You called it, brother. I'm like that. I like that. I like that. I like that, Lily. Yeah, man. I'm so tired of this. We said it had the same thing happen to us last week where Denver's got the ball and they're doing the whole thing where the team comes and they're trying to push the pile and we're still gaining positive yards and the refs blow the whistle. That time it cost us a touchdown. And I know we scored in the next play, but if that weren't the case, and we went for it on fourth down, and like what you saw in that conversion is what happens. Like, and Dallas played that really well, that 2-point conversion. Myles Garrett once out of Cleveland. He had 5 sacks today, single game franchise record. And he's just tired of losing all the time. You see him throw his helmet. Oh, hi, Woody. Ladies and gentlemen, Woody. Here we go. After the touchback. Woody! They're saying your name, Woody. They're saying your name in the chat. Here you go. Here we go. 5 guys up front. Dak rolling. Good restraint there by Brandon Jones to not hit Dak. It's tough, man. You're trying to make a play. You're running full speed, crashing in on the quarterback, and then he decides to slide at the last second, and you're expected to not hit him at all. Brandon Jones, though, did a good job there. Second and 1. We're going to hand it off here. And this one is going to go backwards. And third down, baby. So they don't blow the whistle until he's 3 yards backwards. But when Denver has the ball, they blow the whistle before we've even gone 1 yard backwards. But they'll call forward progress, of course. Even though they didn't blow it till he was 3 yards backwards, they're going to call it at the line of scrimmage. That doesn't make any sense. Dak. Oh, Jonathan Cooper would have. Boom! Oh, Jonathan Cooper would have had a pick 6. Oh. Oh, Jonathan Cooper had the ball in his hands, and he just couldn't get it. Oh, that would have taken my Jonathan Cooper Defensive Player of the Year odds to the moon. Now they're going to have to punt it, and Denver's going to have an opportunity here. Lily, you never told me what jersey. You never told me what jersey. What is the Packers jersey that you're contemplating? I get the Jets. You have the Jets Aaron Rodgers jersey. What is the Packers jersey? Please? Ginger, please? Or Lily, please? It's a Rodgers Packers. Okay, thank you. Definitely the Packers jersey. No doubt. There is no doubt it's the Packers Rodgers all the way, baby. Takes the handoff, rolling out J.K. Dobbins, and goes out of bounds at the 2:07 mark. So Denver picks up 4 on that play. And now what? So the clock continued to tick? Okay. All right. So 2-minute warning. And there's going to be a couple times in this game where Dallas's defense is going to need a stop. We're going to go choose recents. Here we go. $10 to $20. And Ginger said, I didn't hesitate to say Pack either immediately. Yeah, it's got to be. I'll keep the urinating tree hoodie nearby during the game with my Catholic Jeebus cross. Lily just doing all the symbology possible, right? You sound like me during a Broncos game. Here we go. Myles Garrett, man, he is losing his mind. And that 4th and 1, tush push. I don't know how they didn't call that a fumble. I don't know how, but they didn't. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. Handoff. Dobbins all the way to midfield nearly. Running behind Quinn Martinez. Quinn, baby. This is a Super Bowl team. Remember, every year the team that wins the Super Bowl is a team you wouldn't have expected it. Remember the 2015 season, Denver was like the most unlikely candidate to win the Super Bowl that year. they were winning because of their defense, and they were winning in all of these unlikely ways. I mean, just go back and watch some of those week 1, or week 3, week 4, week 5. It was every week was a battle. The Baltimore Ravens game, week 2, I think it was. It reminds me of this team. There's a check down and Dobbins in field goal range, and he gets out of bounds. Denver now in field goal range. I think it's crucial that they get points on this drive because the Cowboys get the ball to start the second half, because we threw an interception to start the game. We don't want Dallas starting with the ball, to start the game and the second half. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. So if we can get a touchdown here, we'll put ourselves in good shape. First down. Got to get, man, a touchdown would be huge on this drive. Denver, man, on the, I don't want to say verge because they still got 40 yards to go, but they're in, I'm sorry, they only have 32 yards to go. They could score 27 points in this first quarter. Here's Franklin. And Franklin, quick timeout. Denver calls quick timeout. That's their second timeout. Sean Tucker pounds it in. 14-3 Bucks. Man, 1 yard line. I had Baker scoring. Tampa started 3-0. They're 2-2 since. But really, you could just say they're 0-2 in their last two. Or no, they lost last week to Detroit. So I thought the Saints would upset them today. Bo Nix, 7 straight completions. 2nd and 2. Nix looking, firing, end zone, caught, touchdown, Pat Bryant. Yeah, offsides on the defense. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! What a throw by Nix. What a throw by Bo Nix. Wow. 7 plays, 72 yards. It is 27 points in the first quarter for Denver. Wow. Wow. Look at this. 1, 2. What a throw by Nix. What a throw by Nix. Man, Chargers coming off of a big win. Everybody's starting to feel like this team. By the way, Nix now with 8 straight completions. people feeling like, oh yeah, Denver, yeah, they're fine and all, but the Chiefs, they've won 3 of their last 4. The Chargers are good again, but the Broncos being in first in the AFC West, it was cute, a little win after the Jets and the Giants, and it was cool, but yeah, it's not going to last long. And then Denver comes out. And by the way, they were just showing the last time the Cowboys beat the Broncos. And that was in 1993. And I will add, the Broncos already have the amount of points the Cowboys scored in that entire game. Dak, he's going to have to run. And he's going to slide down at the 42. Watch, this is where the Cowboys are going to attempt that 70-yard field goal. I told you. And yep, now the announcers are talking about it right now. I said it first. I called it first. His career long was 65. It had room on it, though. Let's see if Denver can get a pick 6. Dak got to get rid of it. And Pickens, that's going to continue the clock. All right. So Dallas utilizes their final timeout. $27 points in the first half. Make that 60 points in the last. Wow. Wow. Well, their last 3 quarters, but still. That's crazy. Denver has scored 60 points in their last 3 quarters. Dak, interception. They're going to say he was down. Jahade Barron, the rookie out of Texas, the first-round draft pick. Everybody didn't like the draft pick when it happened. But this is why they got it. Look, we got a problem with the tight ends. Put the rookie on the tight end. Not only does Denver have a problem with their tight ends, but they're coming into a matchup with a tight end that leads the entire NFL in receiving yards and touchdowns in Jake Ferguson. So what do? Well, you put the rookie on him, and that's what he does. Let me get you a pick 6, something that looked like it could have been a jump ball. And Denver's just going to take a knee and go to half. And Bo Nix is already in the locker room. He took a knee, went to the locker room, and it is most in the first half of the season. What was that is the end of the first half, and we're going to see what kind of grit this Cowboys team has. Man. Well, if it's the second quarter, then it's 60 points in the last 3 quarters. I was going to say this is a really high-scoring first quarter. Oh, right. No, it is the second quarter, and this is by far the best game Denver's put together this year. There's nothing remotely close to it. You're going against the best offense in the NFL, and you hold them to 10 points. But then on the other side of the ball, you don't just hold them to 10 points and, unfortunately, your offense only scored 13. You scored 27 points in the first. I don't care what kind of defense they have. 27 points in the first half? That's good. Now I'm trying to see for context what their other games looked like, all right? We're going to go to the Cowboys' first game against the Eagles at halftime. It was 21-20. 21-20 at halftime week 1, okay? 21-20. Let's go to week 2, all right? After the Eagles game, they played the Giants. Of course, we know there was 40 points scored by the Cowboys, 37 by the Giants, but at halftime, it was 13-10. What I just said, would have been something I would have been disappointed about if we only scored 13. 13-10 in the Cowboys-Giants game. The Bears game, the Bears were up 24-14. Anyway, 24-14. So, nope. Bears got close, 24 points. Let's go to the Packers 40-40 game. Surely that one had 20. Halftime, it was 13-16 Cowboys. 13-16 Cowboys. Okay. Let's keep moving. After that, the Cowboys played the Jets. Halftime, it was 23-3 Cowboys. 23-3 Cowboys. All right. So we'll go to the Cowboys-Panthers game. And the score was 17-13. Cowboys were winning. And then finally, that takes us to the Commanders game last week. And the Dallas Cowboys had 27 points in the first half. The Commanders had 13. So 27 points scored in the first half last week against the Commanders. The week before that, the Cowboys scored 17 points in the first half. Against the Jets, the Cowboys scored 23 points in the first half. Packers, the Cowboys had 16 points scored. Then you go to, it was the Jets game. Okay, the Packers game. The Cowboys had 16 points. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Against the Bears, the Cowboys had 14 points scored. Against the Giants, the Cowboys had, it was 13-10. Okay, so this is the fewest amount of points that the Cowboys have scored in a first half this season, tying the Giants game. But like I mentioned earlier, the Giants were only able to score 13 points. So it was a 13-10 score at the half. Denver scoring more points. So let me put it this way. Denver scored more points in the first half against the Cowboys than any team has all year and Denver has held the Cowboys to their fewest amount of points than any team has all year. What is the recipe of that? The recipe is a 27-10 ball game. I'm going to make sure I write that. I hate that. I hate the Dolphins. Hey, fuck up. Porpoise, my brother, right? No. Poor, dude. Wow, that word just broke me. All right, let's go here. Time to call in Brother T onto the chat. All right, we're live with Brother T.
Oh, shit.
What's up, Brother T?
I told you I'm under the weather, so I'm on a bunch of animals right now.
Nice. Are you able to watch football under your current condition?
Yeah. I'm going to watch a little bit here and there, but right now I'm just a little rocket. Looks good. I see the Broncos are whooping ass.
Yeah, I was just saying the Cowboys. This is the combination of things.
Oh, shit, it's halftime already.
It's halftime.
Jesus.
The Broncos.
Last time I looked up, it was like 20. And they just saw them scoring. They scored like back-to-back, kind of.
Kind of. They've scored more points than any team. Like the Cowboys, all of their opponents, the Cowboys never gave up 27 points in the first half. So offensively, Denver scored more points than any opponent on them this year. And the Cowboys have scored offensively the fewest amount of points against any opponent this year. So that's just like a recipe for a blowout in the first quarter or the first half here. They've only been held to 10 points once by the Giants, but the Giants were only able to score 13. And weirdly enough, the Cowboys gave up 24 to the Bears. That was their second worst first half performance. Now this is their worst, but this is like, I think, a big game for Denver because they got the record. They're first place in the AFC West. They only have 2 losses, but because they're playing like, oh, they barely beat the Eagles, and then they had to score 33 to beat the Giants, and they lost by 2 or won by 2 to the Jets. It's like, if I was saying, like, the only reason Denver's not thrown up way higher in the power rankings is because they were missing a win like this. This is like the kind of win that I think will throw Denver into serious contender conversations. They haven't lost a football game since week 2, and that was a week 3. But one of these losses is a leverage penalty that let the Colts kick again. Where you're looking at potentially having a 7-1 football team without that penalty. And I think this is if they can close the game the way this started, and that would be ridiculous. That would be winning 54-20. But if they can continue to play really good and win by, say 24 points, I think Denver gets thrown into these top 7 conversations with like the Seahawks. The Packers are going through a very similar thing where they're winning their football games, but the way they're doing it, they're letting these teams hang around. If the Packers like go into Pittsburgh and blow them out, Green Bay is it's the same thing. Like if they have that type of a win, like they win 35-14, it's going to be like, oh yeah, Green Bay's a contender for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see him for sure tonight today.
Yeah. Is that like a significant thing?
I mean, he was our number 1 guy. He's like he's like the deep threat. I feel like him and Love were finally like making progress together like at some points last year.
I feel like Jaden Reed was the biggest blow to the offense.
Yeah.
Because Jaden Reed he's like your Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
He can do anything. He's a mismatch.
And I feel like it's still kind of like, he's not like a JJ or, he's not like a holy shit kind of guy.
No. But Golden was drafted to be that.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't happen in, one season usually,
I don't know, like JJ, with Jamar Chase. Like it I feel like it's supposed to, if you're an Ohio State or LSU wide receiver, you're supposed to be great right away. Like next year, who's Jeremiah Smith? Like people that have been following and covering Ohio State for years, and they've gone on a crazy run of wide receiver talent. But the guys closest there have said they've never seen anything like Jeremiah Smith. Like, and think of like all the guys that have come out. But then, yeah, you got guys out of Ohio State like JSN, and look at him in Seattle, making a huge year 3 jump. So I think Harrison Jr., but I feel like the quarterback situation's holding him back. And there's also times where he's just dropping the ball. Like he's had a bad case of the drops. He's definitely under-delivered from what, if you had to judge it now. I think when it's said and done, like, of course, I think he'll be great. But if you just took a snapshot of where he's at today, I think it's kind of an underperformance. Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU, he's awesome. It's just like drafting these wide receivers. Where did Matthew Golden go? I think Notre Dame? Texas. Yeah, Texas wide receivers have been working. Xavier Worthy, the Colts got Kevin Durant. The Colts got Jinja. Who did the Colts got out of Texas? Added something. I think he cost you guys the one game you guys lost. He's the reason you guys lost it.
I just like I said, I just think that it's such a different speed, even for a top 10 guys, like Golden and Harrison, like guys that are going to be like awesome ass receivers in the NFL that are like top 10 receivers in college their senior years. Like I just feel like, dude, getting used to like all of these back, like we talk about this, I feel like weekly, but like that level is just such a big jump from anybody starting D1. Like these guys are great athletes, right? Like anybody starting D1, but like for you to be starting NFL as a quarterback and in the secondary, you're just such everybody's good.
Yeah. It's insane. You're right. That's why the closest thing is like when you play, I think the SEC, and it's not so much like this anymore with paying college football players. Like the parity is much closer in college because now there's talent everywhere. But before it was like, okay, if there's a receiver that's like better than everybody for Alabama, that's going to translate. Because they're going up against like Patrick Peterson and Jalen Ramsey, or maybe not Jalen with ACC, but there's a lot of great corners. Like Surtain was an Alabama guy. So like I feel like with the SEC you can kind of tell right away like this guy's going to be great, and then with smaller schools you're taking a chance. Like was there a bigger shot taken than the Jags drafting Travis Hunter? I mean, it's like he won the Heisman, but he played at Colorado, so you're going through his opponents trying to judge, like, okay, is he going to be able to do this stuff in the NFL, or is this just because they're playing Kansas State? But all right, we got the game back on. Just wanted to check in, see how you're doing. Big Sunday night football parlay. We're gonna build it live on the air after Broncos Cowboys. So stay tuned for that. All right, we'll see you 3rd and 3, and the Cowboys pick up the first down with Dak Prescott's legs, and this is definitely a sack Hufanga wishes he could have finished. Got his arm on him. weird like Adelon or something. They're realistically going to boast like 5 or 6 of the top 12 to 15 receivers the next 2 years. And Jen just says, "See you, Tyler." But yeah, it's getting crazy. This is a really important. I don't think I need to say it, but whenever you're down 17 points, Jonathan Taylor, 80-yard rushing touchdown, second today. Thank you. Raise your hand if you had Jonathan Taylor scoring 2 touchdowns. How does that help my fantasy? Jonathan Taylor, man, Christian McCaffrey with only 10 points today. That hurt. Jeez. He's got 84 points right now. I got 51. I still have Xavier Worthy. He still has Deebo Samuel. So really, I need. Who do I have playing? Just McLaughlin? I need Tampa's kicker, and I need Jonathan Taylor to have another run like that. End around for Lamb, 1st and 10, and it goes for 1 yard. Patrick Surtain in the locker room. Now he has a shoulder injury. It doesn't have to do with the shin injury from earlier. Jaquan McMillan, no, I'll tell you this. Denver's secondary is filled with guys that would be bona fide number 1 or number 2s on any other team. And this is why they have that depth. Third and 8. I'm telling you, Colts are winning the Super Bowl, beating Seattle. I don't know. I can't pick the Colts getting through my Broncos. I love you, Ginger, but pressure, and they're gonna have to go for it. It's 4th and 3. Actually, I think this would be a huge field goal. It would bring it to a 2-possession game. That's crazy that they're gonna go for this. You kick it and it's a 2-possession game. I would be livid if my head coach turned down the 2-possession game with 11 minutes in the 3rd quarter, an opportunity to a free ticket to a 2-possession game, and you're going to go for it and risk that. That is, regardless of what happens, not a good decision. 4th and 2, Dak throwing, caught. And that's where's Surtain? Why was he open on the corner like that? So I guess, does that mean they're going for it this entire drive's 4-down territory now? What are you doing? You're not covering anybody, Abrams Drain. What are you doing? Abram Drains, dude, you literally are back here and there's nobody around. Come on. Broncos lose to the Patriots. Oh, now Zach Allen's hurt. He was able to walk. He's walking off the field. Zach Allen is a huge piece. He's just getting some water. He should be fine. Come on. Come on. We're going to have to keep scoring. Williams. Now, like I said, that the decision to decline the 2-possession game, if you're doing that, does that mean like no matter what, this is 4-down territory? Because usually it would be like, no, I mean, we're closer, so it's it's a chip shot field goal. But when you have a kicker that's automatic, you don't have to worry about him missing. Wow, CeeDee Lamb brings it down. It's going to be 1.5 yards short. 3rd and goal, and he's able to bring this down with one hand. Wasn't that great of a catch. I mean, it looks cool on camera, but me and Ginger make those catches all day. Third and pressure coming, incomplete. What? How is that interference? How is that interference, bro? How is that pass interference? How? Where? I watched that whole play. That's not even where they called it. Is Zach Allen back? Zach Allen's back on the field. No, he didn't get that. Second down. Come on. Come on. Come on. We need the crowd to get into this. Come on. Come on. This is going to be a draw. This is going to be a draw. 1-on-1. How is that a flag? How is that a flag? Dude, that is horse. Sorry, that is fuck that. That is bullshit, dude. Where? Where? Yeah, no shit you don't know on that one. What are you talking about? Dude, that was 3rd down. Fuck you guys. Yeah, you just gave them that touchdown. That was horseshit. That is such bullshit. It wasn't even close to a penalty. How is that a flag, dude? Fuck that. Monster drive for Dallas. Whatever. A drive that was gifted to them. Hey, Woody. That is so ridiculously terrible. Whatever, dude. That was terrible. Look at them. They got We Them Boys playing in the background. They even got cute music for the Cowboys. How come when we take a 27-point first half, we go to commercial and we don't have any fun song playing? Dude, I swear, the Broncos are the redheaded stepchild for the NFL. Whether it's Bo Nix throwing for 300 yards and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. That's just the Bengals. And then Drake May does it, and it's like, is he the second best quarterback in the NFL? to those type of penalties right there to being still on Fox's. Let me put it this way: the power rankings had us at 14th. How can you be at 14th and 5-2? Number 1 is Detroit. They have the same record as us. How is Detroit? Then they got the Colts. By the way, that's my 1 and 2 right there. The Chiefs are at 3. The Chiefs are 4 and 3. And it's like, yeah, but they've won 4 in a row. So did we. The Seahawks at number 4, they're 5-2. The Packers are 4-1-1 at 5. Then the Eagles at 6. Make it make sense, because the Eagles are like going into the Broncos game, they're 30th in passing yards, they're 31st in rushing yards. I mean, going into today's game, Barkley had a season high 85 rushing yards. Like, that's his game high this year. We beat them. We beat the Eagles. It just doesn't make sense to me. And the only reason it pisses me off so much is because, first off, if that penalty doesn't get called, the Cowboys are going for it, and we have the best red zone defense in the NFL. Like, we take over on downs there. They gave them 2 first downs from the 3-yard line, and that's what it took for them to score. Think about it. They got down to the 3-yard line and ran 7 plays until they scored because of the multiple first downs that they gave them. Ginger said, I'd rather be slept on than hyped, though. That's true, but I feel like there's a fine line between slept on and just disrespected. Uh-oh. And here goes Marvin Mims trying to get the corner all the way down to Dallas's 46-yard line. Look at that. Dan. 47-yard return. Sean, baby. Throwback jersey day. We can't lose. Come on. 17-27. Bo Nix. Hand it off. J.K. Dobbins trying to get the corner. 30. Down into the red zone. You can't stop us. Suck it, Tony. You know Tony Romo's hating this. 8 rushes for 77 yards. You're going to hand it off to him again, and he's going to pick up 5. Remember, Bo Nix has 8 straight completions. Hasn't thrown an incompletion since probably like 5 minutes, 6 minutes in the second quarter. Whoa. Another run for about 3. Eight straight completions. So I'm going to remove the 7 straight completions, but not because. Here we go. Come on. It's Cortland Sutton time. It's time for Cortland Sutton to get a jump ball. Cortland Sutton! Try to take that one away, refs. Try to take that one away. Let's go, baby. What? Oh my God! What? How? He can't. The defender's holding Trotman. He's being held by the Cowboys. What the hell, dude? Nick's firing. Look, it should have been a touchdown. Sutton dropped it. Fuck. Fuck. Sutton just dropped the touchdown. There's another. Oh! Shut up, Tony. Dude, that is so... God, how did you drop that? Dude, we just scored 2 touchdowns, and none of them counted. Left 2 touchdowns off the board. That is ridiculous. How do you drop that ball? It should be 34 to 17 right now. I hate that this game has the illusion that they're in it. They shouldn't be. Oh, God. Relax, you're up 10. It's not about that. The series of events that just happened are just all negative. A bullshit pass interference call on Riley Moss going against CeeDee Lamb that was not even close. I mean, even the commentators are like, I don't see it. I don't know. And it's like, dude, you're on the 2-yard line. A pass interference is a touchdown because you're saying, okay, we're going to give you 3 more tries to get 1 yard. Like, of course they're going to score after that. And that was their second pass interference call on the 3-yard line. We had already stopped them once. So, yeah, they finally get a touchdown. Which, I mean, it took them 7 plays from the 2-yard line that were just gifted. And then we score a touchdown, and a ref throws a flag to take it off the board for an illegal pick when it was the Cowboys that were pushing Trotman, not the other way around. And then the very next play, Bo Nix throws a dart, and Sutton just drops it. Like that. That's a 14-point swing in the game. It should be 34 to 10. And instead it's 30 to 17. So now Surtain's ruled out for the rest of the game. Surtain's got a shoulder injury. and he had a shin injury, so we're without Surtain now. And it's like, okay, let's go against the Cowboys. Now we're going to need our pass rushers to step up big time. This is going to have to be a really good effort by somebody hit Dak hard enough to make him not want to run. I'm tired of him running without any repercussions. Hey, join the party. Look how Tony Romo, when a Cowboy injury happens, oh no. It's like, dude, what about Surtain being out? Think about this Cowboys offense, number one in every category. Most rushing touchdowns, passing yards, average depth per target. Dak Prescott's playing at an MVP level. This was supposed to be a year where Dallas was just not bet on. You know what I mean? And George Pickens has emerged as like a top 5 wide receiver, and it's just been so great. You know, is it tough to go without Surtain against this team? Prescott and another pass interference on Riley Moss. They just keep calling. This is his third in the last 5 plays. What is this now? Every third down, they call a flag on every third down. This is insane. Look, this is another 3rd and 9. Where? The jersey hold. Okay, I see it. All right. Ball's out. Ball's out. Cowboys say they have it. Dallas' ball. Why? How is it Dallas's ball? How are they giving that to Dallas? Even Tony Romo is saying, how are they giving that to Dallas? He's on the bottom saying, I have the ball. What is going on in this game? McMillan is on the bottom of the pile going, I have the ball. I have the ball. Right there. That's a clear recovery. What? Dude, seriously, I don't know if this is rigged or what the hell's going on. This is unbelievable. Dude, even Tony Romo is like, how is that a clear recovery by McMillan? McMillan clearly recovers the ball. He's holding it. And somehow they still give it to the Cowboys. This is going to just have to be no flag. Okay, finally a 3rd down without a flag. Unbelievable. Holy crap. Let's go. Anger with the punt. Fair caught at the 16. Oh man, dude. I didn't think it was even possible to be this frustrated with a game that looks like the way this one's looking on the scoreboard. But don't take my word for it. Just wait until social media gets a hold of these clips, because this is going to be on your news feed. I can guarantee you that there's going to be a lot of the plays that I've been screaming about show up on your news feed, whether you even follow football or not. They're going to be that egregious because they have been just absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Dallas hasn't been called for an offensive penalty the entire second half. The entire second half. I just got to go over to X really quick. I got to see. Is anyone? Skip Bayless. These Dallas Cowboys are a historical embarrassment. He's the worst kind of fan ever. Imagine that being like your most known fan is somebody that just uses his leverage in his views, his pull with the media to just shit all over you. Like, you never see Skip go like 2-possession game. We still have the fourth quarter. You know, he's just like, this is an embarrassment, historical embarrassment. It's like, are you not watching like Jets and Dolphins this year, or have you been watching the Titans? Cam Ward went off on Mike McCoy for not going for it on fourth down. The fuck are we doing, Mike? Go for it. That's exactly what he said, and he's upset. I get it. What are you doing? If you're not here to win, what are you doing? 1st and 10. Denver's going to hand it off, and I really wish they wouldn't have ran it on that first down. I like there to be a good mix of first down, run, and pass. And it was so obvious that Dallas was going to play the run there. I thought they could have got away with taking a deep shot. Of course, had they done that and it got incomplete, fans would have been, why aren't you running the ball? It works. But, you know, that aside, I just think it's good to be unpredictable. You see Dallas lined up in a run-stop formation, throw it. And then here's Sutton backing in for a first down after catching it, and that is huge. After dropping the touchdown, expects Surtain to make up for it. That is his first attempt. It was Bo Nix's first pass attempt since the drop touchdown, which, by the way, Nix had thrown 8 completions in a row, and it would have been 9, but Sutton drops it. This would have been 10. Here's the pitch, and they're going to pull. And, oh, that was Marvin Mims who took a big hit. And they're celebrating, but he gained 9 yards. So That's not helmet to helmet, right? I mean, that's not helmet to helmet. What is going on? And little pause. I love the way Dobbins is running with patience. Love the way he's running with patience. Dobbins, I mean, look at last year. He's averaging 6 yards a carry. This is a guy. Here's a guy. No, but seriously, this is a guy that has been so good when healthy that Denver got him thinking, man, if he can just stay healthy, he's worth the risk. And man, it's true. It has been true so far. He's stayed healthy, and he has the most rushing yards through 7 games since Willis McGahee. So I don't like how we're playing slow now. Keep your foot on the gas, Sean. Do not let up. All right, so they get 3 points in the third quarter. Keep what's going on? Justin Fields, I'm going to get pretty vulnerable right here. This week, I found myself in my closet crying on the ground, laying down, not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. Wow. I'm going to show you guys this video.
Put in place to handle this situation, but in that moment when I was talking to my best friend, you know, how hard it was, and just, you know, not wavering faith-wise. I just had gotten a text from my sister and my stepmom, and it was just an encouraging text on, you know, just keep going and keep spreading the faith, and they just sent me a link on social media, and I tell you guys all the time that I'm not on social media, so I didn't see it, so that was just it was just a sign from God for me.
Big win today for Justin Fields personally. 2nd and 12. Bo Nix going deep downfield. Sutton caught. And they're going to mark him down now. There we go. There we go. I told you Sutton was going to make up for that drop touchdown. There it is. That is the play right there that I knew was on the horizon. Here we go. Sutton, 48 yards now in the second half. Here's a – gosh, Marvin dropped it. The drops, man. What is that? 2nd and 10. He's trying to throw a back shoulder, and Pat Bryant is completely unaware. Jinja, is Jonathan Taylor still in the game? Jinja, here's 3rd and 10. Bo firing, caught, first down. Ingram picks up the first down on 3rd and 10. That is a hard 10 yards to pick up from the 20-yard line. You got to pick up 10 on 3rd and 10 and gets the job done. Evan Ingram. Defense just a little too soft for the Cowboys. 1st and 10. Bo Nix, 16 for 23. There's been 4 drops. He should be 20 for 23 for 2 touchdowns and 250 yards. Unfortunately, team, here's Dobbins. This is the perfect time to call what I've been calling for. The naked bootleg. Remember, Peyton Manning ran this play in 2013. It was one of my favorite plays ever. He hands it off. The camera crew's looking for the running back, and then they have to zoom out, and Manning is jogging in, awkwardly running with the football. The naked bootleg, so naked, it should have had its own paywall behind it. This is what I want to see. I want to see them do it. Here's the fake handoff rolling out. Caught. Nate Atkins dropped it. Another drop. Now there's a flag, too. They're like, oh, I threw the flag because I thought he caught it. Illegal formation. Jeez. I needed the fantasy points. Damn it. Yes, he is. Oh, he's still in the game? So, wait, I got 2 answers. Is Jonathan Taylor still in the game right now? Come on. Got called for the same damn penalty 2 weeks ago. Or 3 weeks ago against the Eagles. Free play. Touchdown. Troy Franklin. Let's go. Take that one off the board. Take that one off the board, baby. Bo Nix. Bo Nix to the referee. Bo Nix to the referee after that touchdown pass. If you guys weren't there, let me just show you. Bo Nix, 3rd touchdown pass of this afternoon. Denver looking to make this one a day to remember. This is our 3rd game we've ever played in these uniforms. Came into this game 2-0. And man, I know it doesn't matter, but they should have 41 points right now. They really should. It should be 41-17, and man, I think all of the I think we're on our way to all right, Chase McLaughlin, fourth quarter. He got me 17 points. That helped me out. So my only Daniel Jones, I would have won this week if I just had Daniel Jones in the game. I literally lost this week because I forgot to take Lamar Jackson out. He has Deebo Samuel. If Green Bay's defense can get me 15 to 20 points, if Green Bay's defense can get me 15 to 20 points and Xavier Worthy can get me 20 or even 15, I'm down by 19 points right now. He's done. Cameron Dyke ended up with 28 fantasy points. How the hell did that happen? Baker Mayfield finishing the day with 7 points. Garrett Wilson was out. Look at that. I had 2 guys starting that didn't even play. I could have put Terry McLaurin in. Oh, God, it's killing me. It's killing me. All right. Still, fourth quarter, as we saw last week, it's not over until it's over because we saw Denver score 33 points in the fourth last week. So we get torched by tight ends. Uncle told me to bet on opposing tight ends every game. Interesting. That's our biggest problem. I'm telling you, this Colts team is stout. They're the far best in the NFL. I mean, they're playing the Titans. You know what I mean? I'm not saying the Colts aren't good. I think the Colts are a good team. I'm just saying they're playing the Titans. The Titans can't do anything right. They lost their head coach. Their head coach got fired. Mike McCoy's leading the team. They're going to be the number 1 overall pick for sure. They only have, think about it, they only have 1 win this year. Second stack today, Zach Allen. They only have 1 win because somehow a Cameron Ward interception turned into a touchdown because the returner fumbled the ball, and then the Titans were able to recover the interception. I guess the returned interception, they recovered the fumble, and they were in the end zone. So it was Riley Moss in the coverage, incomplete. Now there's a flag. He said no way. Riley Moss said no way. Dude, it's been that kind of a day where it's like, it's never happened to me before. I pay so much attention to my lineup. I've never been in this situation before. Pickens with a big first down conversion. The Bears scoring only 16 against the Ravens. The Ravens defense gave up 30. Quick throw. CeeDee Lamb. Flag. Uh-oh. This is going to be a late hit on Dak. Oh. Come on. Christian Watson. First and 10. Interception. Interception. He's still on his feet. Go. Go, big man. Go. Tillman. All the way to midfield. Tillman intercepts this ball. Look where Tillman intercepts this. Look at him. Big man, get off of me. Oh, I got a blocker. Tillman, the big man. Is there anything better in football than when a 340-pounder is running down like a running back? Did you just take him, dickhead? Who? Wow. Dude, don't give me any shit. I got Lamar Jackson and Garrett Wilson both starting on my lineup. If I just made one roster move, and I knew Lamar Jackson wasn't starting. We talked about it. Was that last night? We talked about it last night. And I forgot. I just forgot. So, look, I go into this game, Lamar Jackson out, Garrett Wilson out, started both of them. Ricky Pearsall out, Travis Hunter, bye week, Chris Godwin Jr. out. Everybody's injured. But look, I had Daniel Jones. He got 34 points. That would have, right there, if I just swap my QBs, who Daniel Jones has been my quarterback every week. And I even told myself, even if Lamar's healthy, I'm going to stick with Daniel Jones just in case. Lamar's not himself right away. And I'm an idiot. I'm just a complete moron. And just as you said that, the Colts intercepted the Titans. But honestly, I'll drop him if you want him, because I'm not starting him over Xavier Worthy. I got the Packers defense and Xavier Worthy, and then I'm out of players. So I'm down by 19 points right now. And look, if I win this week with two guys starting, my quarterback and number one wide receiver both out of the game, if I win, I don't. And look, and this is Christian McCaffrey's worst game of the year. He only got me 9 points. Any other weekend, I would have won already. Here's a pitch. Dobbins, over 100 yards on the ground. Look at the size of this hole, Jim. Here's a handoff. J.K. Dobbins picks up another 5. Look at that. Eagles start using Saquon Barkley again. Eagles win. That is like the most obvious decision, right? Saquon Barkley has 18 or more carries. Their Eagles are 5-0. You give Saquon Barkley 8 or less carries, they're 0-3. Here's a quick pitch. This time it's Marvin Mims, and Mims is going to pick up the first down. Whew. Here we go. 28-yard line. Come on, Denver. One more for Knicks. One more for Knicks. We're going to hand it off. Keep your foot on the gas. Foot on the gas. Dallas calls a timeout. I have a feeling that the Colts will be the only one-loss team after tonight. Who's the other? Who's the other one-loss team? Is there another one? Tonight? The Packers? Oh, because the Packers have a tie. I already consider personally, I'm going to be real with you. I already consider the Colts the only one-loss team. Ties don't count for me. I know in the standings, ties don't count as a win or a loss, but I'll say it. Everyone loses in a tie. I have the feeling the Packers lose tonight. Ooh. Knicks going deep. Oh, no holding there? There it is. There it is. Dude, Knicks is out here. Dude, Bo Nix is out here. Dude, this Denver team is scary. I'm looking right now. The Cowboys, they scored 37. No, they scored 44 last week. 27, 37, 40. The Cowboys have scored 40 points or more every. Here's Bo Nix looking to throw, backing up, and then over the head of Dobbins. The Cowboys have, 17 points? There's only one game where the Cowboys have scored. The Bears game, they scored 14. Every other game, the Cowboys have scored 30, 31, besides their week 1 game to Philly. This is a high-scoring team, man. Holy crap. We got like 40 points every week. Nix. And he's going to throw it. Oh, there's a flag in the end zone. What are they calling? Illegal man downfield? Wow. All right, so they're going to accept the penalty, replay second down. Remember, the Cowboys get a quick touchdown in this game. It's a 10-point game. It's a 10-point game. Like, the score looks a lot more lopsided than, how fast. Okay, so the Cowboys are going to decline the penalties. Man. Can. Bo Nix just changed the play. Going to Harvey. Three. And that guy just asked me on my fantasy episode advice, should I drop RJ Harvey? I said, give it one more week. And if you're listening, you're welcome. 3 touchdowns for RJ Harvey and Bo Chapman Nix. What can you say? What can you say? This was a game where 2 of the 5 picked Denver to win. A lot of Cowboys predictions today. A lot of Cowboys are going to win. I'm going to have to go back and see. I'll do it on the commercial break. Why not? But of course, I got to update the motherfucking ticker. Dude, the commercials hit so much harder when you're winning. The commercials hit so much harder when you're winning. This is awesome. This is great. This is the best game of the year for me. Oh. Switch account. Man. Stop it. All right. Now, we're going to go to your channel. We're going to go to predictions. We're going to go live. Is it week 8 predictions? There it is. All right. I got it set up. So next commercial break, actually, you're going to have to do the whole kickoff return and stuff. We'll do it now.
Denver Broncos game here where they're taking on the Cowboys, which I love this game. I've always loved this game because it reminds me of my childhood. And when I say childhood, I know I'm getting old because I was over 18 when I saw Peyton Manning run a bootleg on the 1 yard line. It was so naked of a bootleg. They should have had their own OnlyFans channel just for this bootleg. Like Peyton Manning fakes out the camera crew. That's how you know when it's a good fake.
Oh yeah.
The camera doesn't even know who has the ball, and then Manning walking in the end zone on the left side.
Yep.
It was his first rushing touchdown in 4 years, and he fakes the handoff and he just kind of rolls out and he's just awkwardly running into the end zone.
Jogging into a touchdown was so funny.
No one near him. He could
Nobody.
And it would have looked way cooler, but of course he, wanted to jog and look weird. But it was probably one of the best games I've ever seen. Denver won like 51-55. It was incredible. It was fireworks. Denver ended up breaking the record for most points scored through the first 5 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And that was the year that they would go on to breaking every offensive record and going to the Super Bowl. And it was really this game where we were like, wow, even if we give up 50, we'll win. Like, this offense is incredible.
Yep.
And so it just reminds me of like watching that game with my Uncle Wolf, who was a Cowboys fan at the time. And I in Denver, the other reason it probably gives me good vibes is because they haven't lost to the Cowboys since I think like 1985 or something.
Wow.
I don't have the number in front of me. It's insane. And I want to actually pull it up because the stats like this matter.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the Broncos. It was... When was the last time? Okay, here it is. Here's their last 14 results. So you would have to go back all the way to... Nope. There it is, 1992.
Wow.
The last time the Broncos beat the last time the Cowboys beat the Broncos, it was 1992. So 33 years ago. Look, the Cowboys are one of those teams where offensively they do scare you a little bit. But Denver's wearing their throwbacks. And I'm not one to just
it's over.
Go, oh, they're wearing the throwbacks. Let's go with them. They've never lost in those uniforms. They're going to have they go all out. They paint the whole field. The side of the banners, it's all 1985. It's a vibe. And if you guys haven't watched a Broncos game in their throwbacks, it's more than the uniforms. And I would just urge you to check it out for yourself.
Hell yeah.
But the Cowboys, what they do best, really, they throw the ball deep down the field. Denver leads the league in pass rush. They're not going to have time to throw the ball deep is what I'm really trying to say. Like, the Cowboys do that really well. Denver is going to break the Bears record probably this year with the most sacks. They got, if you look up who's top 5 in sacks this year, Denver has 2 players in the top 3. It is insane what Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper are doing. So this is a game where I think it'll be a close game again. But I think the game environment, the uniforms, the historic struggles, the pass rush, it's all coming together. And I just think Denver's the superior team. I think the Cowboys are looking good, but I just see Denver as the better football team because their defense is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I know you don't do the uniform thing, but pick the win off the uniform, but I'm going to do that. And the Broncos and their throwbacks, the Orange Crush, it's the Orange Crush ones, right?
Yeah.
That's just a uniform game for me. And it's like you said, like, it's really cool to see that as to see that and think of like my childhood and see the Broncos in that. And even for people who are a little bit older too, like, seeing that and being like, oh, I remember when the Broncos, this was their uniform all the time, right? I'm picking the Broncos based off the uniform, dude. The miraculous comeback last week, 33 points, 250 whatever yards in the fourth quarter is just awesome. And while you can't always expect your team to do that, kind of like how you were saying with the Bucks, like they needed a game-winning drive. I think the Broncos, Sean Payton, Bo Nix, they realized that. They're like, you know what? We got to be better in the first 3 quarters to not find ourselves in another situation where we have to win with 6 minutes left.
Yeah, they had scored 3 points in their previous 6 quarters and then scored 33.
Yeah, so you've got to take whatever it is that Bo Nix and that offense did in that fourth quarter against the Giants and really just kind of go into the game starting like that, because we know the Cowboys defense is extremely subpar, but we know their offense can actually get stuff going as well. And while the Broncos have a much, much better defense, I know Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Javonte Williams, which, by the way, probably a revenge game for Javonte Williams. He's probably going to want to score a couple. If they get into that situation or if he breaks one, they can score points on some of the best defenses in the league, in my opinion. Now, I still think the uniform, the home crowd is going to give the Broncos the edge. And if everything goes well and you guys are able to build off that fourth quarter offensively, because really offensively the Broncos have just kind of been like up and down. I think this is going to be a high scoring game. I can absolutely see a 34-30, maybe even a pretty this is what I could see. I could see a 34-30 game where the Broncos win, or I could see like a 27-17, 27-20 game where the defense, when it comes down to crunch time for the Broncos, they're able to force a 3-and-out for the Cowboys. Bo Nix gets the ball back, goes on another drive, and then the defense stops them to win the game again. Another 3-and-out and a punt, whatever, interception. So I can see like a 34-30 game where the Broncos come out on top, or one where the defense really shuts the Dallas offense down and it's a 27-17 game. So
and Drake Greenlaw is suspended. I don't know if you saw that.
I did. I was going to ask, what did you think about that? It looked like he was talking mad shit and had like a really offensive.
Oh, man. All right. So backups gave up. Shut up. Stop it. Gave up the backups. They took out Bo Nix is out of the game. Took out the starters. Stidham, though, he's good, man. He's a good backup. And RJ Harvey with the carry. Cowboys with a quick score. No Dak Prescott. And Sean, Nick Benito was fighting with Sean about pulling him out of the game, and now you got Bo Nix out of the game. And, with what happened in Denver last week, I feel like the players, with the quick score from the Cowboys, I think the players aren't ready to come out of this game. And they're just going to give it back to Harvey. I thought he had 3 touchdowns. Harvey didn't have 3 touchdowns? I thought he had 3. Did one of them get called back? Is that what happened? I think so, yeah. That was the one I said, take that one away. And they literally took it away. We're going to hand it off here. And let's see where they spot it. The Cowboys aren't even trying to The Cowboys just waving the white flag here. Would have liked to see another touchdown. All right, so down to 2.5 minutes. It's 4th and 1. Bo Nix, 19 for 21, 4 touchdowns, 427 total yards allowed. RJ Harvey, 2 touchdowns. Let it be on record, Denver stopped attempting to score points with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Don't love it. That looked like it came off his foot weird. Where's that going to get marked out at the... How far are they going to run this one up? Jeez, up to the 31? Our punter sucks. We'll see if the Cowboys just take a knee. I mean, if they get a quick score, it'd be 31-44. Or a pick 6. Make it 51-24. That's better. Let's get a pick 6 here. It's pick 6 time, baby. Cowboys are just going to run it. No one wants an injury. So I guess that's what Tony Romo is saying is you want to give your quarterback reps, but you see what Sean's doing on the other side. You know, you pull Dak out of the game, and Sean essentially goes, okay, you know, we'll just run the ball, eat the clock, punt it back to you. And then they're going to go, okay. It's like, I don't know, not integrity, but it's like it's a gentleman's game type of thing where it's like, you know, we just want to get out of here without anybody getting hurt. All right, we get it. You won today. The most important thing is we don't lose a major player in a meaningless moment. So Dallas gets the ball back, and even though Tony said it would be nice to get your quarterback some reps here, because of the way Sean, decided to play it, really the Cowboys made the first move by pulling Dak. But Denver acknowledged it by, not attempting a pass, just running the football, punting it on 4th and inches, that Tony's saying, the honorable thing is for the Cowboys to not pass it, even though you want to get them those. I think if my team's losing, I want to see them try to score. You know what I mean? Like anything can happen. If you score a touchdown and you get an onside kick recovered and you score another quick touchdown, anything could happen. Anything could happen. But the last touchdown they got was a miracle. It was a total miracle. So keeping that in mind, What's up with that viral GIF of Mike Tyson, just his ass? What is that? 2nd and 9. They're going to run it. Oh, here it is. The nakedest bootleg ever. Tony Romo playing. This is the game I was talking about when I was doing my prediction. I said it reminds me of this game in 2013. 48-51, Denver won. And what's cool is if Denver would have scored one more touchdown, they would have scored 51 points. The same as that game. And Dallas takes a knee. The problem with the Dallas Cowboys having a defense so poorly that the offense has to carry it is, what happens when you go up against a really good defense and you're not able to score 40 points? You know what I mean? Like, you're essentially out, of all of those games. Like, if Dallas is playing a good offense, they got a chance to win. They're playing a mediocre offense, they got a chance to win, or a bad offense, chance to win. But on the flip side, if Dallas goes up against a top 10 defense, they're probably going to lose that game unless any of those top 10 defenses have horrendous offenses. Right? I mean, let me pull up yards allowed per game. Okay. Cleveland, Atlanta, Denver, Houston, Kansas City, Green Bay. Okay. Let's see. So the Cowboys have lost to the Eagles, the Bears. I don't know what you want to do with the Packers, but we'll leave it alone. The Panthers. So 3. Those are their, and now the Broncos. Carolina 7th. That's top 10. Green Bay 6th. Top 10. Denver 3rd. Top 10. Who am I missing? Philly? Philadelphia? Well, that's the exception. Okay? But you see now Dallas, who is going to drop to 4 losses, right? 3 of their 4 losses, the Green Bay is a tie, but I'll say 3 of Dallas's 5 wins or losses, 3 of the 5 wins or losses are teams that are top 7 in yards allowed per game. So, shit, man, that was about to be amazing. There we go. There we go, baby. And let's see, let's trash that one. Geez, T. Higgins had a monster touchdown today. And let's see. I'm officially projected to lose by around 15 points, but if Xavier Worthy can pull together a big game, man, if I had Daniel Jones in, I would already be over 100. I would have 105. Then you replace Garrett Wilson with Terry McLaurin, then I would have 105 with 2 guys left to play. And this guy has 92 points, and Deebo Samuel is all he has left. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to drop to 5-3. And maybe I can get some freaking waivers, because my waiver, like, whatever the priority set at, I'm not getting any of the players that I want to get. So I'm going to say that, yeah, I wanted to lose this week so that I would get a better waiver wire priority. That's going to be what I go with. Let's see. League. Let's see. Latest transactions. Jonathan Taylor. How is he ranked 13th? I don't like the way Yahoo does it, because on ESPN, it ranks them positionally. It doesn't rank them all, like, why would I want to know, like, where my running back ranks among all players? I only care position-wise. Like, Bo Nix is ranked 7th among quarterbacks. Josh Jacobs is 7th among running backs. Bijan Robinson is 3rd among running backs. Zay Flowers, 28th. Travis Kelce, Lucky Irving was out today. He's been out for a while now. So, all right. Well, let's do a breakdown here on the Broncos game. All right. If you are just joining us, geez, I gotta get this freaking that'll do, donkey. All right. Let me pull up the box score right now. Denver Broncos, Cowboys. Safari. All right, Broncos, Cowboys. All right, box score, player stats. Dak Prescott, 188 passing yards on the day. Okay, pretty incredible stuff. All right, let's just look at Dak Prescott for a second. See how he did today. All right, Dak Prescott is a top 5 fantasy quarterback stats-wise. We're going to look at his game logs. Week 1, he had his worst game of the season. Actually, today was his worst, 6 points. But he was at least able to put together a couple touchdowns. The Giants, he threw for 361 yards. The Bears, he threw for 251 yards. The Packers, 319. The Jets, 237. The Panthers, 261. The Commanders, the Panthers, 261. Commanders, 264. And then the Broncos, 188 yards. That is the exact same amount of passing yards he threw against the Philadelphia Eagles week 1. But that offense really was still trying to find their identity. We didn't really know like that relationship between Dak Prescott and George Pickens was still developing. And so that makes this much more impressive than the week 1. I'm not just saying that because you got to understand, since George Pickens and Dak Prescott have gotten to a groove, George Pickens has been a true top 7 wide receiver, I think top 5 in the NFL. I mean, if you go off fantasy points, he's averaging 18.4 fantasy points per game. He's the 5th ranked wide receiver in the NFL. And that took time to get going. I mean, he had 6 fantasy points against the Philadelphia Eagles, but he only had 4 targets in that game, right? The following week, he would have 9 targets against the Bears, 9 targets against the Packers, 11 targets, right? The Jets game was kind of a weird one. He had 4 targets, but still a touchdown, 57 yards, a couple of catches. But then, you take that one away, it was kind of just a weird game. I don't know if he got hurt and left that game, but the Panthers, the week after, 11 targets. The Commanders, 6 targets. And then today he had 9 targets, right? 78 yards, 7 catches. And that shows you like, okay, week 1 was kind of weird, but then it was George Pickens to the moon the next week. It did not take long for George Pickens and Dak Prescott to get going, but it didn't happen week 1. And Denver comes into this game, and the challenge was going to be, okay, you got Patrick Surtain covering, CeeDee Lamb. That was going to be the plan. And then it looked like, no. The plan was going to be Patrick Surtain is going to cover George Pickens, and they're going to have 2 guys covering CeeDee Lamb. But that whole plan went to the shitter when Patrick Surtain went down with an injury on the opening possession. It was a big stop on 3rd down. Ball was thrown to George Pickens. Surtain was there, batted it down, but then Surtain was slow to get up, which is our nightmare, right? It's the worst thing that could happen to us. And Surtain ends up being okay after going to the medical tent, comes back. But then at halftime, when the Cowboys come out on offense, Surtain doesn't come on the field. So he had a shoulder injury, which none of us were tracking until the Cowboys came on the field and Surtain was not out on the field. And we were like, what? Is it the shin? And they're like, no, it's a shoulder. We look at the last play, and we didn't see anything. So really not sure where it happened or how it happened. But Surtain, for him to miss our best player, for him to be out the entire second half, in Dak Prescott to still only throw for 188 passing yards is a testament to how good this defense is. Okay, and I want to look at something really quick. NFL pressure rate leaders teams. All right, I want to see team pressure rate right now. 2025 NFL pass rush rate. Okay, so edge pass rush win rate. That's player specific. Nick Benito, he's number 3. You should have another Bronco in here as well, Jonathan Cooper. I wanted to see, is there a team version? Here it is, NFL team pressure leaders so far. So Bears, Cardinals, Packers. How are the Broncos 14? How are they number 1 in sacks, but 15th in pressure? Okay, let's try it a different way. We'll go sack leaders NFL. And we'll go teams. Team NFL team sacks leaders. Okay, they're still giving me players. Okay, we'll do it this way. Sacks per game. Sacks per game leaders, and then we'll get it that way. Okay, Denver's number 1. There it is. Denver NFL sacks per game. They're averaging 4.9, almost 5 sacks per game. The LA Rams are in second place. They're at 3.7. The Steelers, 3.7. Detroit, 3.3. Seattle, 3.3. Green Bay, 3.0. Tampa Bay, 2.9. The Chargers, 2.8. And then you got the Commanders and the Chargers. I'm sorry, the Chargers and the Colts tied at 2.7 with the Commanders. Actually, no, the Chargers are at 2.8 sacks per game, and then the Colts and Commanders are tied at 2.7. And there's your top 10. But Denver, you notice it goes from 2.7 to 2.8 to 2.9 to 3.0 to 3.3 to 3.7. You know, every jump, whether it's from 10 to 9, 9 to 8, 8 to 7, 7 to 6, you're looking at a 0.2 differential. But then you go from the Rams 3.7 to Denver 4.9. So Denver is an entire 1.2 ahead of the Rams at number 2. There is no separation as big as number 2 to number 1 anywhere else from 32 to 2. I find that incredible, right? They average 6 sacks per game in their last 3. So this team is going to get after the quarterback. And the reason I bring this up is like, okay, how did they do this? How did they hold Dak Prescott to 188 passing yards with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb with an offense that scores 40 points more than scoring less than 20? Right? I mean, this offense, number 1 in points per game. Okay? You go to scoring offense, the Cowboys, 31.7 points per game. Now the Indianapolis Colts are 33.1 points per game. But then Dallas, 31.7 points per game. More than Detroit, more than Buffalo. And Denver is able to hold Dallas, you know, that the record or the stats haven't updated yet because it says Dallas scored 44 in their last game. Obviously, that's not true, but that was the case 2 weeks ago against the Commanders. But I can do the math really quick here. Okay, calculator. So how many points did the Colts score today? The Colts scored 38. Okay. So 38. So yeah, Dallas is going to be in second still. Or even worse, you know, they may go drop to 2 or 3 because of this performance. They got a garbage time touchdown in the end. Great throw, by the way. It's funny. My uncle actually thinks he was the best quarterback in the 2024 draft class. Like, I just think it's funny. But he looked great. Milton, right? He looked awesome. We only saw him for a little bit, but he looked great in the preseason. I think he might have a bright future. But coming back to this, the only way Denver could hold an offense like this back, without Patrick Surtain on the field is incredible pressure, right? We know that Dak Prescott, he's never been one to excel under pressure. If you go to all this playoff losses, what do they have in common? The defenses were getting a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. Packers uniforms are ugly, by the way, tonight. Oh, gosh, can't wait. But you look at this this offense for the Cowboys, and you're like, man, they really missed out on an opportunity when Surtain was gone for the entire second half. And they could not get a stop on Bo Nix. And you know what we didn't see in this game? A ton of screens. And I think Sean understood, like, okay, I need to stop calling screens. And this is significant what happened today. And if you're not careful, you're going to miss this. This isn't just the Broncos having a really good game against the Cowboys. It's much more than that. This is our first sample size of a game, which is one, of Sean Payton having the fourth quarter against the Giants in his back pocket going, what worked? How did we score 33 points in the fourth quarter? What was that all about? All right. Okay. So these plays worked. And okay, was Sean going to be able to take the fourth quarter, the success we had against the Giants, and was he going to be able to take some of that stuff moving forward? And the question wasn't answered until this Cowboys game today. And then we see 27 points in the first half. And it looks like, does Dallas have a struggling defense? Yeah. Have they ever given up 27 points in a first half this year? No. That has never happened this year. So you can't just say, and I know, especially when it comes to Bo Nix, people are very inclined to say, instead of Bo had a great game, threw 4 touchdown passes, everybody's good against Dallas. I don't know why that is, but that is the way it is. So remind people when they say that, yeah, but Dallas never gave up 27 points in the first half. Of course, they're a bad defense. We all know that, but they never put a performance up like that. 27 first half points, that never happened. So, yeah, you got to take everything with a grain of salt and say, grain of sand, whatever it is, but you got to say, yeah, that was a bad defense. But what do good offenses do against bad defenses? They exploit those teams. And we got Richard Ramiro saying, y'all kicked ass. And thank you, Richard, because I feel like that was their best game all year. And it was our first time we can actually say, like, the play calling was amazing this entire game. There wasn't a lot of screens. I think Sean really learned from the last couple of weeks, because remember, when I went back and looked at the Broncos play calling versus the Giants, there was 7 different plays where you are throwing a screen. You got RJ Harvey out in the flat catching the ball. You got Cortland Sutton, Evan Ingram, and Marvin Mims in front of the running back, RJ Harvey, and there's only 2 guys to block. And yet RJ Harvey gets tackled for a loss of 3, and everybody goes, stop with the screen calls. And it's like, guys, it's execution. It's not the play calls. It's execution. But at the same time, it's on the head coach to understand, hey, I got to call plays that my team can execute. Like, yeah, are these plays there to be had? Are they good? Are they good play calls? Yeah, absolutely. Check yes to all. But if my team doesn't have that kind of physicality to go out and make those blocks, I'm putting them in a bad situation. I remember when Sean was tasked with fixing Russell Wilson, the first thing they asked him is, how are you going to do it? And he said, I'm going to play the music that they dance well to, right? The karaoke song where you know all the words, that's the song we're going to play. And that is Sean's core belief, is I need to put my players in position to succeed. And this whole season has just been gathering information. what kind of team are we? It's not so much of an identity thing, but it's more of a, what are we good at? And what are we not good at? And the things that we're not good at, are we not good at those things because the other team made a godlike play? Or are we not good at those things because they're just not our strengths, right? Because you can't just take one game and say, oh, we didn't run the screen well. We're not a good screen team. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks. But I think we finally got to a tipping point last week against the Jets where we said, hey, maybe we're not a screen team. Maybe we dial some of those back. We continue to try to rush the ball on the edges, and we let Bo Nix roll out of the pocket and push the ball downfield. We see how great he is on the run, outside the pocket, extending these plays. And Sean did all of those things today. He got back to this team's strengths, and even a bad Cowboys defense hadn't given up 27 points in the first half until today. I hope Patrick Surtain's okay. Obviously, that is a major takeaway right off the bat. It's like, I think it was more precautionary. When you're winning 27-10 in the first half, you can, you have the luxury of maybe saying, Surtain, like, I think we can take it from here. But at the same time, I think if Surtain was healthy enough to be out on the field, he would have been. So I am a little worried. I think it could be one of those where, he could end up missing a week. Now, going into this game, the NFL writer, the NFL.com, they have writers, and they did their power rankings, and it was written by Eric Edholm. And he had Denver at number 10. And I mentioned this earlier. Denver's only lost 2 games this season. And, it could be very frustrating because even teams like the Eagles that have looked really bad, even with their wins, like, remember, A.J. Brown was throwing a tantrum and they were 4-0. Then they lost 2 in a row after that. And then they finally got a win against a Vikings team that showed everybody just how terrible they are. On prime time last week, we got to see, wow, the Vikings are really bad. So maybe that Eagles win, which broke their losing streak, maybe it wasn't that impressive. And then today, Scadabo gets injured, terrible injury. I hope he's okay. But, like, the Eagles are 6th in the power rankings. And then it's like, I know you can't just say we beat them, so why are we not higher? But obviously, Denver had a lot to prove today. Because of the way that they were winning games against the Jets, the Giants, and even their Eagles win, it all came down to the last second. I saw something the other day that said since the beginning of 2024, Bo Nix actually leads the NFL in, go-ahead touchdowns or comeback wins, however you want to word it. And that's a great thing and all, and it's great to flex that muscle and make sure that it's there for when you need it. But we don't want to score 33 points to win a game in the fourth quarter. We want to, it's obvious what we want. It's not that. I'm glad that we have that in our back pocket, but that's not what we want to be. And that is really the thing that was keeping teams or writers from saying Denver's a bona fide top 5 team. Because what other team could have the type of defense Denver has, right? And not be in the top 5. Like I said, almost 6 sacks per game. That's incredible stuff from the defense. When it comes to opponent yards per game, Denver's 3rd in the NFL. Cleveland is number 1, and then you have Atlanta, and then Denver. When you look at scoring defense, opponent points per game, Denver's 4th, and they were 2nd, but they gave up 31 to the Giants, and that hurt them a lot. But still averaging only 18.1 points per game, right? I say all this to say, like, what type of team could have this great of a defense and be not considered top 5 with only 2 losses on the season. One because of a leverage penalty, right? Because I mean this sincerely. People say that when it comes to power rankings, you don't just look at wins and losses. And that has to be true because I see that the Chiefs are ranked 3rd in the power rankings, and we know that the Chiefs have 3 losses and they're 3rd place in their own division. And yet they're at number 3 and Denver's at 10, sitting at 5-2. So sure, wins and losses, we don't just go off of that. But answer this. If that penalty doesn't get called against the Indianapolis Colts, and Denver was sitting today at 7-1, would they be at 10? Would they be at 10? The answer is obviously no. They wouldn't. Where would they be? Well, we only have one team that has 1 loss, and it's the Colts, and they're sitting at number 2. Ironically, the team that benefited from that field goal retry on the leverage penalty. So I think the Colts would have, if that penalty doesn't get called, they go to 5-2. Today they would be 6-2. Denver would be 7-1. Instead, the Colts are 7-1, and the Broncos are 6-2. But if it was the other way around, Denver would be up here at number 2 or number 3. That's silly. Because of a penalty, you're going to have them down here. But if the penalty doesn't get called, they're going to be up here. But at the same time, it's not about your record. But if you're 7-1, we have to acknowledge that we can't keep you down here. But the only thing keeping us from that record is a bogus penalty. So when you're deciding what kind of team we are, be honest about it. You know what I mean? And don't say it's not about the record when, in fact, it is about the record. But this team today, I think, I understand why they're at 10. I understand why they're at 11. I do. Because of the way they played against these opponents. They didn't look good against the Jets, like the entire game. Now, I understand that's a gritty type of win, and you got to be able to win those type of games too. But they didn't look great against the Giants until the 4th quarter, and they weren't able to beat Philly until the 4th quarter as well. So the one thing Denver was missing on their resume was this type of a victory today. That's the significance of it. Because now people can't say like, oh, well, you're playing down to your opponent. That was not the case today, right? They did not play down to their opponent. They were able to do, it seemed like, whatever they wanted. It was like even when they were trying to put the game away, they were still intercepting passes, taking it 40 yards the other way. It was like, and that was without a defensive touchdown in this game. That was 44 points scored offensively. And then just some quick team stats. Denver had 426 yards of total offense, 247 passing yards, 179 rushing yards, and they had 7.5 yards per play. They had 25 first downs, which is funny because the Cowboys had 24 first downs. Their third down efficiency, though, they were 4 for 11. Denver only had 8 third downs in this whole game. That tells you that they averaged 7.5 yards per play because they weren't in a lot of third downs, which is incredible. Very great. That is awesome. The penalties, still 7 penalties, 42 yards. We had penalties wipe off touchdowns. We had penalties add touchdowns. Denver still on the penalty front has got to do a little bit better. Now the refs on some of these calls, they're ticky tacky. They're just bad, flat out bad calls. The one on Riley Moss on CeeDee Lamb in the end zone is a horrific call. The fumble recovery where he's holding the ball. I'm trying to remember who it was, but he's holding the ball, saying, "I have the ball, I have the ball." And the ref says it's Cowboys' ball. The Cowboys get to keep possession, retain possession. Even the booth is like, I don't understand this. How did the Cowboys come away with this? So, like, there was still a lot of things like the drop in the end zone by Cortland Sutton. All of a sudden, Bo Nix has 5 touchdown passes today. And there was multiple drops. There was a drop by Marvin Mims. There was a drop by Cortland Sutton. There was a drop by Troy Franklin, I believe. There were still mistakes, but there was just less of them. And when you beat your opponent this bad, the mistakes aren't as glaring. If Denver lost this game by 3 points, you would go back and look at that Cortland Sutton drop touchdown and go, that was the moment. And Tony even said that in the broadcast booth. After that drop, he said, if the Cowboys come back and make this a game, this is going to be where people come back to and say, oh, it was right here where things started to go the other way. I think a couple things from that. Number one, I want to see a full game without things like that happening, but sometimes that's unrealistic. The perfect game doesn't exist, but that's why it's the perfect thing to chase. You chase perfection, knowing you'll never catch it, but you hope, that you land on the, chase for the moon, land on the star, chase for the stars, land on the moon, whatever the case is. Like, you're hoping that you can still clean it up and get better every single week. And this game still has blemishes of things that they can do better. They could have scored, at least 50 points in this game. And I think at the same time as a coach, like, you want to make sure that you take time to celebrate and be happy for your team and not just always be like, Portland, what the hell? Like, you dropped that ball because, he's the reason that you got that field goal, which was like a chip shot to win the game because he made a big time catch last week. So, there's a fine balance between like riding your players in a negative way and expecting greatness from them. But I think Denver's trending in the right direction considering this is their most impressive win of the season. Now, for the look ahead, okay, which is important, all right? Next week, I believe I think it's the Texans, November 2nd. Yeah, so it's going to be the Texans, November 2nd. And then it's going to be Thursday Night Football against the Raiders. And then the Chiefs, November 16th. So no bye week. Denver hasn't had a bye week. Here we are, week 8. We're going to get to week 9, week 10, week 11, and Denver will hit a week 12 bye. And they'll come out of that bye playing the Commanders on Sunday Night Football. And that'll be the Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. That'll be fun. But looking ahead here, we got the Texans next week who had a big win against the Niners today. This one's on the road in Houston. It's going to be a hard game, but it's one we have to win. And then the Raiders, right after that. And then the Chiefs, which is going to be – the Chiefs game is going to matter, which I don't need to tell you that. You already know that. But the Chiefs game is going to matter. And Denver released their uniform. Broncos throwback. I posted a short Denver throwback. Let's see. Denver is let's see. I posted it. Let me go to my YouTube channel really quick. Let's see. Was it a short? Let me see. The only football podcast, and I believe it was a short. And oh my gosh, I gotta hurry the hell up. Hold on. With JFC division, Broncos historic comeback. And, I posted it on my channel. I just want to give you this final tidbit before we go. Here it is. Broncos will wear the throwback. This was, let's see. I want to see Bo Nix wear the John Elway. You were stretch. And I got to watch the short really quick. There it is. Week 8. Cowboys, then the Raiders. Okay, then the Chargers. All right. So that's going to be that. So we're gonna go to Houston, take on the Texans, and then we will be wearing the throwbacks on Thursday, which this is crazy. I mean, we're about to have with November 2nd is a week from today. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We really have 2 football games in the next 11 days, which, if we play our cards right, we're first in the AFC West right now. But if we play our cards right, we could maybe even get some breathing room here and put ourselves in position to be 8-2 in just 11 days from now. 12 days from now, we could be 8-2 when we get ready for the Chiefs. And that game will be huge. I mean, if we can win that game against the Chiefs in Mile High, put us at 9-2 heading into the bye week, I feel really good about coming out of that bye week. And then we got Commanders and Raiders. And all of a sudden, you could have 11 wins. If the Commanders don't look that great right now. And the Raiders, being able to play the Raiders twice in the next 4 weeks. I mean, look, you beat the Texans, Raiders, and then that home game against the Chiefs. I think Denver's a better team than the Chiefs right now, but it's going to be a tough game. But if you win that game, I got no problem with Commanders and Raiders after that. So, you could blink, and it's December 14th, and Denver's 11-2, and they have 4 games left on the season. 4 games left on the season with an 11-2 record. And they're going to need that type of boost because they got Packers, Jags, Chiefs, Chargers to end the season. So Denver really needs to make sure that I'm hoping they can win their next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, because then you're 11-win team going in. But really, it's you want to win some of these games down the stretch. But this just gives you that a little bit of breathing room, right? But if we're really trying to win our division, we need to be able to beat Jacksonville and a first-year head coach. We need to be able to split the series with the Chargers after letting one get away. We need to beat the Chiefs on Christmas night. And we need to handle the Green Bay Packers. I'm no longer looking at these opponents like, oh, my God, we got to play them. It is starting to turn into they have to play us as well, and it's going to be a battle. And we just got to go 1 week at a time. But and the big takeaway here is 1, 2, 3, 4. In the next 4 games, Denver's got the Raiders twice and the Commanders and Texans. I think they need to win those games. And with the Chiefs, hopefully we can win the one in 3 weeks, because the one on Christmas and their house is going to be even more challenging. And if we're going to hold on to the record that we have, or the first place in the AFC West, it's going to be because that game, it's a double whammy. We get a win and we add a loss to them. So, it kills two birds with one stone, and it sets us up in good shape with Commanders and Raiders after the Chiefs, while the Chiefs are going to be busy playing Buffalo and difficult football games. I've looked at their schedule; it's going to be tough. So overall, I love where we're at right now. I know we're kicking ourselves because we're not 7-1, but at least we are putting together a good little win streak right here. And the Chiefs have to play the Bills next week, then the Broncos, then the Colts. Like Commanders, Bills, Broncos, Colts. Those are some tough games. Then you got the Texans, the Chargers, the Broncos again. Really, the Chiefs only have 2 easy wins, and it's going to be the Raiders and the Titans. And that's 2 of their last 3 games. But the Chiefs are going to have a very difficult next 7 weeks. So if we take care of business, I think the Chiefs will find themselves losing this division for the first time in quite some time. But it's going to take us closing. But ladies and gentlemen, I got to close this stream so I can open up Sunday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers returning to, well, actually, no, he's not. The script writers screwed us. Why is this game not in Lambeau Field? Come on. But this is going to be a great game. The Green Bay Packers and the Steelers. I will be right back in just a second.